Well, kids, it's finally here. The 2024 NFL Draft, Round 1, live on the Sports Box. I am Brian Attard, along with a variety of members of our team and some new faces. We're going to have some new faces filtering in throughout the show. Drew Trammell, Alex, Foggy, Meads, getting ready for the one pick. Gentlemen, I've made the case before, and I'll make it again. What happens over the next few days is in many ways more important than what happened through 18 weeks of regular season football, because this sets the table for the next 5, 10, 15 years in some cases for teams around the league, starting off with the Bears at number 1. Meads, I want to give it to you first. This is not a very we know what's going to happen here, but go ahead. Just say your piece.
I don't know what to really say. I'm at this point where, I know he's coming here. I mean, I floated around that I thought he was going to be a problem trying to get out of this. So I'm happy to see he embraced it, and we're going to be getting Caleb Williams. So as everyone knows, he's coming to a great situation. I mean, he's got a good team around him, and the expectations are going to be high. So see if he's going to see if he's all it cracks up to be.
Drew,
let's fucking go.
Brant Meeks joining to give us it's funny, we joked about this. The Commanders do not have a very good history of drafting at the 2 slot.
I hate you. I hope Artemi Panarin tears his patella in the next game.
Why see, look, I'm being nice to you. You're picking at 2, and all of a sudden you got to bring the Rangers into this. It's fine.
You're laughing at me for picking at 2. Drew's like, "Hi, y'all suck," and I'm like, "Bro, you picked 3 picks behind us. It's not like aren't you with the 5th, 6th pick over here? Can't hear you. You busy looking up Mormons soaking, so you don't want us to hear the background noise."
Chris Fallon, Caleb has great nails, Meads.
As long as he throws touchdowns with him.
I was like, watch them go with Jaden Daniels with the first.
Listen,
blow everybody out the water.
Heart attack.
If you were talking to me, I'm trying to set up my fucking device right now. I'm having technical difficulties, so I couldn't hear you. I had my headphones on.
I just think it's crazy that the Bears are here. I mean, the trade that they made last year put them here, and they absolutely won that trade, crushed it. So hopefully they can reap the benefits here and finish it off.
I know Drew's saying something.
I'm sorry, my bad. I am wearing my Herbert jersey tonight. All you effers can get off my ass because they're not being traded. This is bullshit.
Watch it.
That I got to go through this the last 2 days.
I don't know.
Lucy says we tagged everyone. Now she's mad. Hey, if you haven't yet joined Outside the Box and you want to be tagged in all of our live shows, join today. That way you can be notified whenever we go live, just like Lucy was.
I'm happy that we have both Fogs here tonight. That's awesome. That's always a good thing.
I am wearing Cowboy stuff today because it is the draft and there's no Rangers game now. There was a Rangers game on tonight, but there's no game tonight. So thank God, because I'd be very distracted and it would be a problem. But
I think I could speak for both Fogs in saying that we would respect you more if you were wearing the Rangers gear.
That's fine. I wear Rangers gear pretty much every day of my life in some facet.
So we're gonna talk about that cheap shot by Panarin on Oshie, or what? We're gonna glaze over that.
We're not talking about no fucking hockey
Tom
guy.
Wilson did that.
This isn't a hockey night.
20 games.
Not a hockey night. Not a hockey night.
It's always a
That's
hockey
on
night.
Tuesday.
That's okay.
That's on Tuesdays.
There's no better sport than hockey playoffs.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I concur.
Tripping. And this is why you have no friends.
And you have no major sports team, so congratulations.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
all right. Whichever one of the Fogs first one shares their thoughts. Floor is yours. Let's get it going.
You go ahead, brother. I know you've got feelings.
I know feelings about what I was just talking to my son. So,
You got some hologram behind you, bro.
what about the hologram behind me? My feelings about the draft. It's going to be great. Cowboys are going to do the Cowboys, and Brian's going to get pissed off.
I mean,
Chargers are going to trade back.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, listen,
Eagles are going to do the Eagles.
If the Cowboys trade back,
trade up.
If the Chargers trade back, I got us ready. We'll be good.
You can also do that when Justin Herbert gets shipped off to Minnesota. We'll play with Justin.
Not happening.
Nah, Herbert's staying there. Chargers are trading back because either the Raiders or the Broncos are going to trade up to get a quarterback.
Oh, Barry Sanders is there.
Look, Amon Ross feeling great about himself right now.
Barry's.
Get this shit on the road.
I don't know why. I remember the year Joe Burrow went number 1. This took like a half an hour.
Yeah.
So
I was like, I know I'm going to be a little late, but it's okay because
you're not going to. No.
My man's multi-millionaire now. He's enjoying life.
Slam.
It's kind of funny what the Lions are going to do with Jared Goff.
All this to go 7-10 this year for the Lions.
I don't know.
All this shit to go 7-10.
That is dirty. That is dirty. Come on.
You need to feel
Barry Sanders.
You have to get the mic down.
Surprised I don't hate Barry Sanders in Detroit after what he did to them.
I hate Barry Sanders. The only reason why I know.
No, I mean, because he did leave them high and dry.
Stop.
Did you see?
They left him high and dry. Are you kidding me?
He doesn't seem like he's mush for
He's
brains.
they're lucky Barry didn't unretire and then retire again, just so you can do it twice to him.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm surprised he's even there.
A full house tonight.
Woo-hoo.
Who's that?
They paid him to be there.
Oh, is that your boy?
Oh, Roger Goodell.
It's crazy that Jared Goff is the greatest Lions quarterback of all time. That's why he's there.
Okay.
That's Dan Orlovsky.
The
I thought it was
Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. They have a lot of needs. We're pretty sure they're going to hit that first one real quick here.
Martin Harrison Jr.?
I mean,
I don't know why they have to do this. Like, it should be automatic. Like, we shouldn't be waiting this time.
I like that guy's shirt.
You guys doing it?
You're muffled, Drew.
You hear me now?
Yes,
Yep, that's better.
A little better.
Look at that trade.
I mean, look, I mean, they got a lot. I mean, I think that, again, I would venture to tell you, though, that I thought they should have gotten more than that at the time and now, because it was still, regardless how it turned out, you can only make the decision about the trade at the time that it is made. And I thought that to move from 9 to 1, it should have cost them more.
And so that's my issue with people talking about the Washington Redskins moving up to 1 this year, and I was like, it's not worth it. It's not worth giving up another 1 to move up 1 pick, especially when you're probably going to suck next year. So stop.
He's got a pink phone, Ant. You're screwed.
Oh my God! Are his nails painted? Or like
you just imagine, like, you know how we all do these mocks and everybody's been talking about Caleb Williams. Do you imagine if Brian Pulse is not F that, bro? We're going Jaden Daniels. You know how much of a shock that would be, especially for Brant? Brant would literally come on the screen if that happened.
No, it's not going to happen.
That would be so insane, though, dude.
The Bears only met with one quarterback. And it was him.
I know.
So, all right,
See,
so
that's the ultimate misdirection, though. Ultimate one. No one saw it coming.
Anthony,
Ultimate.
how do you feel about this? Are you nervous? Is this? I mean, just where's your head at right now? I mean,
Of course, I'm nervous. The history of this team, they've never had a quarterback. So, I mean, how can I not be nervous? But, I mean, I'm less nervous because of what they've done. I mean, he really has a good team around him. So, I mean,
he's so quick.
So, I just think he's in a good situation. If he can make plays like this, I mean, these off plays, if he could get the ball down the middle of the field. Fields couldn't read a defense. They didn't throw the ball down the field, in the middle of the field, nothing. So, I mean, the weapons are there. So, I have big expectations for them. They should make a playoff run, no doubt.
And not only that, I mean, look at USC's O-line. They were not that good. You guys have improved in your O-line in a lot of facets. So, I mean, that's also going to pay dividends for Caleb as well.
And defensively, I mean, on the other side of the ball, I mean, they're going to have a top 5 defense. Their secondary is probably one of the best secondaries in the league. So, and they finished off one of the top defenses in the league. So, I mean, like I said, I think the talent's there. The it's a good team.
Brian, are we going to stream all the picks?
Yeah. Well, 1 to 32. Yeah. The picks tonight. We're not doing this tomorrow.
Right, obviously. Yeah.
We'll be here. We're here for the duration. You need a bathroom break? Raise your hand. I will permit you to leave the room and go to the bathroom. One at a time, please.
I only go to the bathroom when someone else is going. I need a buddy.
Look at them. They're just sitting there. Do you want someone to trade with you? Make the pick.
Hey, heavyweights, the movie, buddy.
It's made. It's made. I don't know why they draw it out.
I gotta sell advertising.
Exactly.
Hey, Fog, who's your brother's team? Who's your team?
I'm a 49ers fan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn, David, what's up? I didn't even see you in the middle.
Damn, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Brandon
what you said.
Ayuk in the night as a member of the 49ers.
I think he's going to be gone. I just don't see how they could fit him in money-wise, and they've got too many things. One of the things that I find really interesting about this draft, especially with the first 10 teams and some of the teams at the back end, is a lot of these teams did not do a good job of filling out their rosters. So San Francisco's got O-line depth issues. They got defensive line depth issues. Despite being a very good team, they've got a lot of players to fill in. And that's the same thing I feel like with a lot of these teams drafting early. Arizona, not San Diego, Los Angeles, Tennessee, Atlanta. All these teams have so many things to fill. I don't know what's going to happen. I wouldn't be shocked if Arizona traded out of their spot, or if Washington traded, or if just a ton of trades happen.
I think New England's the team you got to watch.
All right. So, question for the group: when I know a pick, do you want me to post it before the league does?
Yes, of course.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, we all have Twitter. We all have the alerts.
I'm just checking because I don't want to. Some people are like, oh, you're tipping picks. I'm like, if it's there, it's there.
We're not
are the viewers gonna see it?
Yeah,
I would wait. That's just me. I mean, if it's
no. I mean, do not wait. We never wait. Just post it.
Chicago Bears select quarterback Caleb Williams out of USC, the first shocker of the night.
No fucking way.
I can't believe it.
Wait, what the fuck's happening?
You don't see me because I'm doing the Super Bowl shuffle.
Congratulations, Ant. Congratulations.
Damn it, I don't have my sad bear, all the stuff that I have.
Yeah, what happened?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
So instead of 7 and 10 last season, they go 8 and 9.
Wait.
Fuck the Bears! Fuck Chicago! Fuck you!
All right, back to this.
People said Caleb Williams couldn't read a defense either, but Bears fans love him. But they said Justin Fields couldn't read a defense with the same bad O line that Caleb Williams had at USC. So I'm going to give it over under. How many picks does Caleb Williams have to throw until Bears fans give up on him? I'm going to give it like 7 games. 7 games. And then they be like, oh, he can't read defense. Get rid of him. Bring back Jim McMahon or whoever. Like, Bears, like it's just NFL fans are hilarious. I find them very
Jim McMahon.
Their offensive line was not bad last year.
I think Caleb Williams comes in and plays well immediately, but the issue I have with Caleb, and this is why I like Jaden Daniels better than him personally, is I think there's a ceiling on where he can go. I look at him the same way I'd look at Dak Prescott, Kyler Murray, these guys who are going to play well, but they do too much to the point that they start hurting their team. And I think that's what Caleb Williams is going to do. He has to be the hero of every play. And I think that's also his biggest problem.
No, that's not going to be he's not going to have to be the hero. That's why they got the people around him.
I think he'll try anyway.
Yeah.
I gotta push back. I 1,000% disagree with you on that take. Caleb Williams is, I think there's levels to this, and I think Caleb Williams levels way higher than Jaden Daniels. Yeah. The length, the arm, the poise in the pocket, to be able to move and to extend plays. I mean, yes, Jaden Daniels could do that too, but what Jaden Daniels lacks is what Caleb Williams' arm, motion, mechanics, throwing, everything. This guy didn't have that in USC last year. Chicago has surrounded themselves really well, and I really believe that this is what Justin Fields should have been. This is what Caleb Williams can be. And
have a jersey ready for him. I'm shocked. How'd they know?
Yeah, I think people forget Jaden Daniels' first year at LSU that it was like horrid. He wasn't good his first year at LSU, and then
in Arizona State, he played. He was like so.
Yeah,
I look at the way he left Arizona State, the way his teammates trashed his locker. I was like, I don't know, man. Like I feel like
I don't know.
They also switched coaches. They switched coaches because he was whatchamacallit. Was there? I can't think of the name right now.
This is where the draft begins, boys.
I think Caleb Williams is good. I mean, Mahomes does too much, but he just has like a lot of players around him, and he has one of the great coaches of all time. You know, I think Caleb's gonna be fine. I think Jaden Daniels is gonna.
The Bears could never pass on Williams after losing Mahomes.
Did you just say Mahomes does too much?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that either.
I just want clarification.
No, they were saying
Adam, what you said.
They were saying Mahomes did too much coming out of Texas Tech. That he did too much. That he played pretty much identical to Caleb Williams. The only difference is we didn't watch. He didn't go to USC. He went to Texas Tech. Nobody watched Texas Tech.
Let's be realistic here. The players that Caleb Williams was surrounded around.
That's a dope.
Patrick Mahomes would have died to have that level of talent.
Caleb Williams didn't have that much talent around him at USC.
Bro, it's still USC. They're still getting 4 and 5-star recruits, whereas Texas Tech is making 3-star recruits look good.
4 or 5-star stuff doesn't matter if you don't have talent. The team wasn't that good. It was Caleb Williams or nothing at USC for 2 years. 2 years. It was Caleb Williams or
welcome to game winning drive.
I
wholeheartedly disagree.
I'm not.
Fog, where's the martini?
I'm not shocked. Did we see Caleb Williams? Did we see did y'all see him? Did you see that? Did you see USC's team? Like, they were so mid.
This year, previous year, they were solid.
No, the defense was awful 2 years in a row.
Okay, defense was awful, but he was still putting up tremendous numbers. His numbers dropped. His numbers dropped significantly.
No, not significantly. He had one bad game. It was against Notre Dame on the road. That was the only game that was his hiccup game. If he doesn't have that Notre Dame game, he's actually in the Heisman race. He doesn't win it again. He's not doing it back to back, but he's actually in the Heisman race. Caleb Williams didn't have a bad year.
Ooh, did you get that? Congratulations, Fog.
What?
Steven. AJ Brown.
Oh, yeah, that's old.
Oh, he got paid?
That's old?
It happened like a half hour ago.
It's not old?
It happened on my way home. It
It's
was
an eternity in this game.
Yeah, he got paid. Yeah.
I just saw that. It just came on my phone.
So here's a question, right? Let's assume this is Jaden Daniels. Is it the right pick?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Hell yes.
Yes.
Is this is this a case? Because wasn't this Drake May forever? This was Drake May forever, right? The same way that Zach Wilson went up, and we all thought it was going to be Fields. Not that Fields has lit the world on fire, but there was always this question of like, me personally, I prefer the guys who are falling, because what ends up happening with these kids is you watch tape and you watch tape and you watch and you look for things to be wrong and you convince yourself you should pick somebody else. I think 5-10 years from now, which I'm sure I'll be wrong, I'm wrong all the time, that Drake May will have a better career than Jaden Daniels. Not saying Daniels is going to be bad. I'm just saying that I think May has a better career.
Booyah!
And it's Washington, so they always make the wrong pick on top of it.
If they traded, I think they should trade back.
I think if Drake May, if Daniels goes here, Drake May goes to the Patriots. That's not a good situation. Patriots just don't have anything around.
It's why I wish we would have kept Howell, because God.
I don't know why you're mad about that pick. Like I know we had our conversations about it.
You don't know why he's mad
about it for?
You don't know why he's mad? Really? You don't know why he's mad?
Are you guys getting this on Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
go to Dove Kelman, bro. Go to
ESPN
Dove Kelman. Dove Kelman gets all this stuff right away, bro.
Okay. I was like, how the hell did you guys know? But no, that's not. I mean, I'm indifferent.
Okay, I want to know. I want to know, Brand White. What makes you mad about this pick?
It's not that I'm mad. I'm going to trust Adam Peters until he gives me a reason not to. I like Drake May's arm better. He's a better quarterback. And that's what the position is. Jaden Daniels doesn't have the arm strength for me. And that's my concern.
Incorrect.
He just takes too many unnecessary big hits. He reminds me a lot of like I told Fogg.
RG3. It's exactly
no.
That's exactly why you don't like this pick, because of RG3. That's it. That's the only logical reason. It's because of RG3 that you don't like this pick. But out of these two, if you legitimately evaluate who's better, he's better. Jaden Daniels is better in almost every category except for arm strength. That's the only thing you can knock him. Drake May has a stronger arm. Drake May doesn't read progressions. Drake May fucking makes terrible plays at terrible time. You're completely missing the boat on this one.
I don't know.
Why does your thing beep every time you stop talking?
Oh, I have push to talk on my.
It's like a secretary.
Can we archive these for late?
Listen, these are here forever.
Yeah, archive them. Look who's only been wrong about a quarterback once in the last, 7 years? One time I was wrong about a quarterback. One fucking time. And it was because of Ohio State bias. That was the only thing. It was the only time I ever made a mistake because he couldn't start at Ohio State, so I just thought he was a bum.
We're going to go back and look now.
If we hit a low, I'll play the video of Mike Galletta the night that they took Vita Vea.
That's a classic.
Listen,
I think you're at a 50-50 shot with both of them being successful in the NFL. But who do I like better? Who do I want as my quarterback out of the two? Jaden Daniels is a better prospect, has a bigger ceiling, in my opinion, than Drake May does. I think Drake May is the new Zach Wilson. I think you're going to find that out. And
1,000% he's going to be.
I'm sorry, but my statistics, 99% is pretty damn good on quarterbacks.
Oh my God! Brian joke on his dreads.
See what I worry about, right? Like, Jaden had a great year, but look at his wide receivers. He's throwing to the second best wide receiver in his class, and then what was it? His other one's Thomas.
Brian Thomas.
Yeah, right up there in top 7.
So he's going to be throwing.
Would you be more concerned?
Well, who was Joe Burrow throwing to at LSU?
Would you be more concerned if he wasn't hitting those guys?
That's a good thing.
I'd be more concerned if that's a good thing. Yeah, I think that's But honestly,
Yeah,
to me,
you know he can play with NFL caliber talent and get them the ball, keep them happy. He's a good teammate. He's not about himself. Like, look at who Joe Burrow threw the ball to. Let's be realistic here. Like, you have to have good players to be a good player at all levels. You can't. It's just not like you do it on your own. Like, Patty Mahomes gets all the credit in the world, but he's got a hell of a team and a hell of a coach behind him.
Not only that, not only that, you guys just hired Kingsbury, and what fits his system better, Jaden Daniels or Drake May?
Yeah,
Jaden Daniels is the
like I said. I am on the Adam Peters train and Dan Quinn train. If they think he's the best, I'm gonna go with.
I bet you're on the Peter train.
Shut up.
Yeah, I think.
But no, like if I'm going back in time, I'm not trading Sam Howell. I'm going down a few spots in this round. I'm gonna address the offensive line. I'm gonna get someone else on the outside because you draft someone to throw for 4,000 yards and 20 touchdowns, and Howell did that, and he did it in a really bad system run poorly by Eric Bieniemy and had no offensive line.
Yeah.
Here we go, New England.
New ownership.
Jay Daniels as some of you. Like I told Fogg, he reminds me of a souped up. He honestly reminds me of a souped up Tyrod Taylor. That's just pretty much that's who he reminds me of.
Wow, they didn't trade back.
No, they did not.
Crazy.
Why would they? Why would you trade back if you need a quarterback here?
You need a quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah, if you need a quarterback, you got
because they have a lot of holes to fill. That's why.
So does Washington. But nobody said anything about that. No, Washington. Bro,
not compared to New England.
Washington is a horrible offense. Except
you can make the case. This is the easiest pick of the entire
horrible.
See, I'm gonna disagree. I feel like Washington has done a lot to address their offense this year.
No,
they have a lot to address.
Bro, but Washington is in better shape than New England overall.
Mike Gesicki is New England's best receiver.
Wait a minute. Who is on Washington worth a damn besides McLaurin?
Brian Robinson. They brought in Austin Eckler. They brought in Zach Ertz.
No.
They've worked on the offensive line. Like,
yeah, they had a good season, Brian.
You know what I love? Okay, look, I don't know if you know this. I'm from DC, and Washington fans are the most naive people. I'm telling you because
it's
really
Eagles.
Dude,
those are Eagle fans.
Like no.
Worse.
No, those are really Steelers fans. Legitimately Steelers fans.
You also got to think,
Austin Eckler, bro, your offense is awful.
As a third down back is a solid pickup.
He's like 31.
Yeah, but he's only playing third down for them. As a receiving back, that's fine. Yes, Robinson is starting there.
Hey, look, football is not played on paper. I'm telling you guys. You guys know that, right? It looks good on paper. Also, or Madden. It ain't Madden. It's real life. Okay, it's not Madden.
Name me one.
You can't
name me one New England. Hey, name me one New England offensive playmaker they have right now.
I can't. I'm not denying that.
They have no secondary.
I'm not denying that.
No good receivers. They have no good offensive linemen.
Drew, I'm not denying that.
That's why I always say you trade back.
But you guys were saying that like
Drake May is going to be a bust.
But Washington doesn't have anything either. Like they both rooms for the trade back in my opinion. Honestly.
Well, welcome to the party, Fogg. I've been saying this for like 2 months now. I've been saying
Drake.
You have not been on an island saying it by yourself. We all
no. I agree with you, but I'm just saying. I'm saying Drake May. I would have Penix or Bo Nix over May. I just think there's too many question marks.
I'm not taking either of those quarterbacks.
No, I'm not taking them in the top 10. But what I'm saying is, I could trade that third pick back, get more equity, and still take Bo Nix or Penix at the end of the first round, early second round.
But that's what my man below me said. Fogg's brother just said that these teams did not take care of themselves and get quality depth. So that's what the whole mocks and everybody that kept on saying these teams are not a quarterback away.
Right?
Like, these
absolutely
are not franchise guys that I'm going to build around. Besides Daniels and Williams, that's why I had New England trading back because this guy's not the answer. This is Zach Wilson 2.0. This is Will Levis 2.0. I don't want to touch him.
And there are some key differences between Daniels and Drake May. Daniels is a bit more of a project. He's a little less polished, and yet he's still playing at the high level that he's playing. Whereas Drake May, looks like a polished product, and yet his inconsistencies keep creeping in. His bad footwork, his wide stance, his slow throw. He's got a lot of issues to deal with that I just don't see a team being able to fix, especially since he's going to have to start right now.
I'll say this about Drake May, and Clark and I, and Steven will say this with me. We said the exact same things about Josh Allen. The exact same things about
Drake May and Josh Allen are two completely different stories, and you're insane if you think they're the same.
I'm not saying they're the same quarterback, but in terms of their like deficiencies, in terms of how we feel about them, in terms of where they were chosen in the draft, like we said the exact same things about him. He got drafted by a team that had a coach that knew what to do with him, knew how to coach him up, and now look at him. Like
but there is a wide, huge, gigantic, insane difference there. Whereas Josh Allen was completely unpolished. He had to learn much.
I don't think Drake May is super polished, in my opinion.
I think he is. He's at his top.
Drake May is a much more polished quarterback compared to the NFL than Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson were. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen were great athletes learning to play the quarterback position at an NFL level. There's a big difference.
That's fine, but Drake May still needs to learn how to play the position at the NFL.
Arizona's not trading this pick.
No, they wouldn't do that.
No, Marvin Harrison Jr.
I mean, generation.
Did you already get it?
Why are
Brian?
you?
No, but they're not trading the pick.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that.
This is if this isn't Harrison, this is a miss.
Are you guessing?
Oh, okay.
No, they're not trading the pick.
I see it right now.
Dallas Turner, huh? Yeah, I don't know if you can explain that to your fans. He took Dallas Turner instead of MHJ.
I think they need to trade because they have way too many needs. But if they don't, Marvin Harrison.
This is BPA at this point.
If the Cardinals kicker would just make the goddamn game-winning kick on week 18, Chargers would be at number 4 right now.
I'm so sad for you.
Thank you. I just want all you fans out there to remember, like, if you miss your guy by like 1 or 2 picks, just think back to 1 or 2 meaningless games that you won this year in a year that you didn't do jack, and it cost you the pick. Congratulations.
You're really good. You're just gonna keep on dying on that grave, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm correct.
This is
listen,
you have a front row seat as a Dallas fan. You guys win a lot of meaningless games for nothing. So you would be the expert I would defer to.
Don't give a shit.
You would be the expert I would defer to on winning meaningless games that didn't
meaningless against trash competition all the time, invariably.
That's funny.
There you go. There it is.
So are we calling Malik Neighbors the Marvin Harrison Jr. they have in LA or at home?
That was a good one.
That was good.
The easiest top 4.
Hey, Brian? This is huge for Kyle Murray. I mean, it's just huge to the entire organization because they haven't had somebody like this since Larry Fitz. I know they had DeAndre Hopkins, but that was DeAndre Hopkins in 30s. This is a game changer for them, and I'm happy. I'm happy to see Arizona. I want to see these bottom swelling dollar teams to move up. And if people are talking about Kyle Murray being traded until he came out last year, he reminded people, including myself, he is a good athlete, man. That kid, I mean, for all the shit that he's been taking, he is a good athlete. I want to see what he could do with Marvin Harrison Jr. This is a big signing for them, a big draft.
I don't think it's a stretch to say that Kyler Murray is a top 15 quarterback in the league. He just needs better weapons around him, meaning offensive line, give me a good running back, a good tight end. Give him more than just one option, but this does help him eventually having a true number 1, right?
They definitely have a tight end.
They got McBride at tight end.
Oh, I forgot.
Okay. He killed it.
I like to give Brian shit. I always call Kyler Murray the Week 5 MVP because he is a very good quarterback, but I just don't. He just doesn't have the body to make it through an NFL season.
That's the whole team. The whole team they just crumble in the second half of the season. Yeah, but no, this is gonna at least show us if Kyler Murray can play. Because if you can't throw to this kid, then we gotta move on.
Well, I think you kind of have an idea he's going to succeed with him, right? I mean, he was successful with DeAndre Hopkins to an extent, right? I get it didn't equate to wins, but I think the numbers will be great. Does it equate to wins on the schedule, I don't know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's true.
I'm constantly refreshing my Twitter feed.
He just announced it. You got these 5
Would
minutes.
you be happy with Joe Alt here, though?
Yeah.
I mean, instead of Neighbors?
I'm fine with it.
It should be Brock Bowers, but I'm passing on one of the best players in the draft.
I don't know why people are all like throwing shits and pissed off like Charger fans, like, oh, we go Joe Alt. That's the best offensive lineman in this draft. But and I have no issue with it. Now, my problem with it is that they moved a right tackle. When you could have traded back and got J.C. Latham, who I think is the best right tackle, pure right tackle in the draft. But I mean, I trust in Harbaugh and I trust in this GM who's
I don't think
of
you're not going to make a mistake here for Harbaugh. It's going to fit Harbaugh's system. Whoever he picks is going to be the best fit for his system. I think they're going to go back to a run game and simplifying the offense for Justin Herbert to get him back to stellar numbers, because he's a great quarterback. He just needs to be in a stable offense. And with Harbaugh being there, you might not see it this year, but 2 to 3 years from now, you guys are going to be in the AFC West hunt every year. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, but it goes back to what Little Fog said. I mean, it's 1,000% true, is what I've been saying this whole time, is that I want to trade back because we need depth. We need depth, and we don't have it. We have absolutely no corners besides ASJ, who's a nickel slot. Everything that we don't have a corner. So there's a ton of things that you need. No D tackle, no linebacker, no will. It's no tight end. Even though we signed 3 of them, they're not good. And obviously no receivers. All we have is Josh Palmer, who's a third down possession receiver, and then Quentin, who you already know how I feel about.
It was a waste of a first round pick.
It was a bust. Waste of a first round pick. Yes.
I'm not calling him a bust yet, but he's getting there.
Who's that? Who's the bust?
Let's see. I mean, if you look at Mike Williams,
you say Quentin Johnson.
It started off the same way Quentin Johnson's did.
It did, 1,000%.
So I mean, there's a shot he could become a decent player.
He was hurt a lot. Was he hurt? Did he have a lot of injuries?
I have a defense of Quentin Johnson.
Yeah.
He's not used to a quarterback throwing the ball at him.
No, he just didn't show up. Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't super high on him anyway. So
he had some bad drops. It was
Mike
rough.
Williams had a bad
collarbone. A bad back or
bad back and a bad collarbone.
Clemson, right? He was hurt. He came in hurt.
He did.
Yeah, but man, did he look good whenever he was healthy, though?
Yes, he did.
You just
too inconsistent for me.
So if it's not Alt here, who else are you hoping for?
It's got to be Neighbors.
I mean, Neighbors is the obvious pick because you obviously have a need at wide receiver, right?
It's got to be Neighbors, right? Yeah, it's got to be overrated with Neighbors.
If it's Neighbors, man, I'm happy.
I think the length that they're taking, they could be literally trying to get a last-second trade off. You know what I mean?
Look, this should be Minnesota.
Could be. JJ.
Oh yeah, Minnesota should be trading those 2 first picks and moving into here right now.
Trade down to 11 and 23, and they get the 5th. Yep.
Yeah, I mean that would be huge for the Chargers. That would be amazing for the Chargers, and it works for Minnesota as well. Like I feel like it's a beneficial trade for both.
Oh.
And for me personally, in general, I kind of have shade to throw at any guy that's coming into this 5th pick. I just don't feel the difference in talent between some of the guys at the very top. I'm not loving these top 10 picks talent-wise, other than quarterback.
I think there's light years between Brock Bowers and every other tight end in this.
Yeah, you're right. Brock Bowers, I forgot about him. He's a monster.
Just like Brian pointed out, and I'm gonna give him all the credit in the world, he's really a big slot receiver. He's not what I would call a prototypical tight end, blocking wise, scheme wise in the NFL. So if you want a true offensive weapon, this is your guy, right? But if you want a true tight end, it's a project. You're gonna have to teach him how to block.
God damn it!
He can block.
Chargers are picking. The Chargers are picking. No trade.
No trade. Joe Neighbors.
We don't know that.
Maybe neither since he's upset.
Damn.
Where are you getting that, on Twitter already?
I wanted to trade.
Oh, okay.
Joe, I was just get Joe. All like Harbaugh's gonna build this team within in and out. Like
nah, bro, it's JC.
pretty much what he did with the Niners.
I think it's J.C. Latham, bro.
Here's the thing with Alt. As much as I like Alt as the obvious first lineman off the board, he doesn't put enough difference between him and the other linemen that are going to go later in the draft. His issues with flexibility and his despite being athletically gifted, his kick out is shit. He can get beat off the edge by very fast, very strong pass rushers.
Man, we see who got all the NFL acumen in this family. Good Lord. I love you, Fog.
His kick out of shit though. It is kind of shitty.
Wow,
but he's a mauler, so he's a good
I'm
fit.
surprised that Minnesota.
He can run block, but his pass blocking is not great.
Minnesota probably did try and trade with them, but they only wanted to give up the 11 and then a future first round and probably a third or something like that. That's why
Minnesota
the trade is not happening.
23, it didn't matter. They have no quarterback. I think they're going to be in panic mode actually.
No, because they're going to Bo Nix or Penix is going to be there at both of their picks. They're going to get a quarterback. It's just whether or not it's going to be an impactful quarterback. They'll get.
But if you don't have, but Alex, if you don't have an impactful quarterback, you are just going uphill in this league.
I mean, they did it with freaking. Why am I blank? Kirk Cousins.
Dude,
they did it with Kirk Cousins. They did it with Kirk Cousins.
Bro.
Can we be realistic here and say that Kirk Cousins, while he can have impactful plays, is not an impactful quarterback?
No, he's mid.
He's not a winner.
You think McCarthy is? You think McCarthy will be an impact quarterback?
No, I think J.J. McCarthy, even though I gave that tag to Drake May, I think he is truly the Zach Wilson of this draft. I think he's going to get picked in the top 15,
there it is.
And he's going to be rough.
Second best quarterback in this draft is going to be J.J. McCarthy. He's going to have the second most success in this draft, depending on where he goes.
Yeah, of course. That's easy to say initial success, right? Because he's going to go to a decent team. Because he's going to get drafted in the bottom 15 of the draft. It should be a better team that he's going to. It's not somebody that's got 15 holes.
He's going to be the Alex Smith of this draft. He's going to be safe. He's going to be a guy that's going to win you a lot of games. Obviously, you need to put some talent around him. Every quarterback needs talent.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, he has
right?
talent.
Every quarterback. Every quarterback's going to need talent. He's going to know where to go with the ball. One thing about him is he knows where to go with the ball. That's why Jim Harbaugh loved him, because he knew where to go with the ball. He didn't like make Caleb Williams plays, but he knew
why he
where
threw no
to go
passes
with the
in
ball.
one game. That's why he threw.
Ryan, you might want to get your
passes.
eyes checked, bud. Everybody can see my face. I think it's just you. You might need to get some glasses or something.
I don't understand. I'm not saying I understand.
No, not you, Brian. Not you,
Ryan.
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 Sorry.
Oh, Ryan.
I like this pick. With Alt and Slater, you got two tackles that are going to be able to protect Herbert, and you want to keep him upright at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, they're going to both get killed by Crosby, unfortunately.
Adam Schefter said the Pats and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they wanted to trade Justin Herbert. The answer was very quickly no.
I would try. I might as well ask. I'm not mad at it.
There's no way you're taking all that dead cap.
So wait, do the Chargers come around in the next round and grab a running back and become a power running team?
Yes.
Yeah. But the two teams you listed, what are they giving up trade value wise to get a Herbert in return? They have nothing. The cupboards are bare. You're giving up draft picks, and then Herbert immediately affects those draft picks because they're going to win more games because they have a competent quarterback. So that would be an insane trade to make at that point.
The Justin Herbert narrative is going to change under Jim Harbaugh. What's going to happen is he's going to become a better, more efficient quarterback. He's not going to throw as much, but people are going to say, "Oh, well, he's like J.J. McCarthy. He doesn't throw the ball much, so we don't know what he can do." That's the narrative. I'm telling you, Drew, you should be really happy about this pick because it's going to be like
good.
It's going to be like the 49ers when John Harbaugh was there all over again. But you have a better souped up Colin Kaepernick at quarterback, like a better, more accurate version of Colin Kaepernick. All you got to do is find your proverbial Frank Gore.
The Giants are in no man's land right now because I don't know what you do. I think they probably do go wide receiver, but
suck for another couple years.
Basically, yeah.
They don't need neighbors. They got Kenny Golladay. They're fine.
Remember, Harbaugh won, and so did Andy Reid with Alex Smith. That's all I got to say. Alex Smith is average quarterback or a little bit above average, but they squeezed every bit of talent out of Alex Smith to make him a little bit better than he was.
I think Alex Smith was a solid NFL quarterback.
No, I totally agree, but I'm saying at points he looked like a franchise quarterback under Harbaugh and Andy Reid both, right? Like he really did. There were times when you're like, man, Alex Smith could be that guy. Is he breaking through finally to be a franchise quarterback? He's above average quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Like he's not a bum. Definitely, you know what I mean? Like never call that guy a bum.
I wonder if they might move Slater to the right side.
There it is.
I think they'd have to move Slater to the right side. As much as I like Slater,
too.
He's not a left tackle.
Neighbors.
Is it Neighbors? Is the pick?
Yeah.
They already announced it.
It should be big.
So what we really should be talking about is who's going to be the Giants' head coach next year.
I think Daboll's fine. I don't.
No,
think
Daboll's not going anywhere because if he left, he would immediately have another job.
I mean, I think he should just be fired for how badly he screwed them with that first season by actually making Daniel Jones look good with a simplified playbook.
That is so true because their hands were tied after that. They couldn't move on.
I feel bad for them.
Hey, here's the irony. Here's the irony of this. When the Giants made trades and they traded Odell Beckham Jr. and had decided to draft Daniel Jones, you literally traded away a receiver that fit what Daniel Jones' strengths were. And here you are now drafting a receiver 2-3 years later that fits what Daniel Jones' strengths are. Unfortunately, like my brother said, Daboll's ass is on the hot seat. If the Giants don't do nothing this year, Daboll might be gone.
Well, he was brought in to help Daniel Jones. So, like, if Daniel Jones sucks, they're both going to be gone. There's no way you can. And then kind of this pick is kind of what I kind of feel bad for Neighbors because, like, he's kind of in a situation where, like, his quarterback's not very good. He's already been on the hot seat. He came back from an ACL. I'm not super high on Neighbors anyway. I hate his route running. His route running is just not great. So I'm not super high on him in that situation. So like I feel like it's gonna be a situation where we're not gonna hear from him for like a couple of years. Maybe he's not gonna reach his max potential for like maybe 2 or 3 years.
You made it sound like he's gonna disappear in the fucking Pine Barrens.
I'm telling you, man, he's like damn, man. They should have went offensive line. Like
that guy looks like a douche.
Who's that?
JJ McCarthy. He looks like a douche.
He looks like
but
looks like that.
But this is
kid.
Yeah, but hold on. This is falling just fine for the Vikings if they want this kid.
Yeah,
because they'll take him at 11.
Fall right to him. Yeah, they're gonna fall right to him. Who's picking next? The Falcons?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Oh, so they're going either.
They got to go offensive line.
Oh yeah, they're pissed. They're pissed at the Chargers right now. They are very mad.
They could go receiver, couldn't they? If they wanted to, but they won't. They could go receiver.
You think they'll go receiver?
Could they go?
They got Hopkins. They got Calvin Ridley.
I feel like if Chargers would have went Neighbors, I don't think the Giants would have had a choice but to go Joe Alt right there, right? So then it changes the Titans pick no matter what. They're not getting Joe Alt. If they thought they were getting Joe Alt, they needed to trade up.
I agree with Suggs. They can go
with the Titans. You got to solidify the offensive line, which we talked about on our podcast. Talise Faluga is the guy that I'm going with. That's my number 2 offensive lineman in this draft. The guy could play.
You've been agreeing for so long. Why are you doing this to me?
What happened to why? Because I think Olu was this like up there with Alt as one.
He's raw. Olu's just started
raw
playing,
though, dude. He's raw.
Olu just started playing football like.
Yeah, but he 0 sacks given up during his time starting at Penn State.
That's college though.
Listen. I wouldn't care to go either way.
Ohio State is DE University, you got all these guys come out of Ohio State, and to play them and not give up any sacks.
That's a beautiful route.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about, Brian.
What's that?
Route running. League neighbors route running precise.
No, he runs his. Oh, you saw one highlight. You saw one highlight.
You're thinking of Brian. You're thinking of Brian Thomas.
No,
this was a.
No. Brian Thomas is going to be a good football player too.
Because I'm hoping Washington comes back into the first round, which I think they will.
Ball kind of convinced me
grab
that
a tackle.
Brian Thomas is going to be the Terrence Marshall of like Justin Jefferson and
1,000%.
And what's that?
Wow.
Look at the Bengals. Jamar Chase. He's going to be that guy.
Wow.
He's going to be the Terrence Marshall.
He's going to be the Terrence Marshall.
I still can't understand
Carolina.
all the comparisons to Randy Moss with Brian Thomas Jr. I'm like, I don't see. Did he put up Randy Moss numbers? He wasn't even the best receiver on his fucking team. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Drew, you saw a double move. Is that the route you saw?
Which one?
From Malik Neighbors when he was playing.
I've been looking at my phone. I don't know.
If this is 10, this should be Latham. Yes, we agree or no?
He doesn't play as fast as his 40. I'm not a big fan.
I'm okay with Latham.
I think it'd be the right pick for them.
I have issues with Fuaga because he's got offensive tackle size with little tiny Jurassic Park arms.
Yep, that's it.
I just don't know. And he's an elite run blocker, but I have issues with his pass blocking, and I just don't think he could move to guard at 6'6".
That speed says otherwise.
Well, I'm just worried that at 6'6", he's going to be a problem for his own quarterback if he's moving to guard. But I think he's more of a guard than a tackle. I'd go Latham here. And I also like the Penn State guy whose name I'm not even going to try and say, but I do agree that he's a bit of a raw talent, but he's good too.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. It makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Dunzier.
Dunzier?
No.
Maybe for the.
Listen, man. Hey.
Latham?
And you, Dunze? Is that what you're feeling?
Latham.
They need a line. They gotta see what they have in Will Levis, even though I don't like him at all.
I agree.
Yeah, man. They gotta fix that.
We'll be saying this next year about Drake May. They got to see what they got. I mean, they drafted him so high. They got to see what they got.
We're going to sit here and say that the Patriots don't have any talent, then that's going to be a valid excuse.
No,
right?
I totally agree with you. He's going to get 2 or 3 years of being terrible, and we're going to use the excuse of talent around him.
Okay.
Then he's going to get talent, and you're going to see Trevor Lawrence all over again. Mediocre
Stupid
play, and we're going to make excuses for him.
Okay.
It's facts. Facts. Big facts. Like humongous. You can't even see around him to look at the screen. That's how big those facts are. This guy's had mediocre season after mediocre season, and we use all the excuses in the book for him.
All the quarterback.
Trevor Lawrence.
No, he's not had mediocre seasons. You just hate Trevor Lawrence.
No, what? Show me one season that was above mediocre.
You go look at this season. I can't because every time I mention Trevor Lawrence, Peyton Manning, you have some dumb rebuttal. So what's the point?
A dumb rebuttal. I just have a rebuttal that's based in facts and stats, and you don't like those facts and stats. I understand.
I don't like.
It's hard to be wrong, but we are wrong in life sometimes. But it's okay.
Okay.
Love this love-hate relationship you two developed.
Hey, Brooks, we're on the same page. I don't think he's dumb. We're on the same page with the other stuff you said. I don't think Alex is dumb.
That's it. I mean, listen, this is why our youth is in the state it is right now. That's a teacher right there for you. So, I mean, I'm just saying. Unfortunately, what do you want, man? A guy with multiple degrees and everything. I don't need to announce my accolades. Not dumb. Sorry, hate to break it to you, Brooks.
Is Trevor Lawrence a top 15 quarterback?
Yeah,
right.
Top 15 for sure.
No.
No.
This is the bullshit I'm talking about with Alex.
No, sorry.
Alex, name 15 better.
Well, yeah, what 15 are you naming here?
Name 15 better. I promise you, he's gonna name something like.
I'm gonna tell you right now. My brother hates Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, the Fogs hate quarterbacks.
No, don't the Fogs hate quarterbacks? Get the shit out.
I mean, I hate all quarterbacks. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
I'm biased as fuck.
Get him, Brooks.
My statement still stands. They might be sped because they're in your class. That's the only reason.
Get him, Brooks.
You know what, Alex? I was defending you until now, but you're a Cleveland Browns fan. I understand the sped value in you. I appreciate you.
Spoken true Eagles fan fashion. EALES, Eagles. Yeah, come on, bro.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
I want to hear.
Play it.
Better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence.
Where is it? Hold on. Here it is.
War over there in Minnesota, guys. That's right. Eagles, baby.
That's your fan base.
Rest in peace, Jeremy Beland. Rest in peace.
That is your fan base. That's like the cream of your crop for your fan base too, Paul.
As someone who went to school in Philadelphia, that's not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear they're hiring in Philly, Brooks. If you need another job.
All right,
I want to hear Alex name 15 better quarterbacks than Trevor Lawrence.
I can't name 5, so that's me.
Hold on, let me go in here. Let me find some like Tim Couch references and everything.
I have a number 5 right now.
Just go through each division, dude. Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Joey Burrow.
Is he better than Tua?
Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
I think they're the same.
He's better than Tua.
Josh Allen?
Yeah,
that's it.
He's not better than Josh Allen.
The 4. That's it.
Look, you can.
You're on something if you say there's only 3
quarterbacks
that are better than him.
One voice at a time.
Franchise?
One voice at a time.
Is he better than Desmond Ridder?
All right, you ready?
Is he
Lamar
better than
Jackson,
Kyle
Josh
Murray?
Allen, Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Murray, Caleb Williams, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Matthew Stafford. The dude's a bum. A bum.
He's naming dudes. He's naming dudes now.
Well, you said Russell
I'm naming all starting quarterbacks that are better than him.
Alex, Baker Mayfield's better than Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, that's not true. Nobody. Baker's the worst quarterback in the NFL. So that's not true.
He's got a playoff win, baby.
He does. Has Trevor even made it to the playoffs yet?
Yes, he has.
No, I'm kidding. I know. I'm joking. Calm down, guy.
What are you talking about? I'm good.
Listen, Malik Neighbors is going to be a wonderful option for Arch Manning next year. That's going to be a great,
Arch Manning.
Arch Manning, you think he's coming out?
No,
Arch Manning has 2 more years, dude.
He might come out to go to the Giants.
He can't even win the starting job in school.
Arch Manning was good.
Those are big facts right there.
Whoa!
Quiet.
Wow!
What happened?
Wow!
Let's hear it.
No way. No.
I'm waiting for you guys.
Whoa.
They just gave Kirk all that money and then they drafted him.
Hey, Stevie, what did I say on the phone? I said that I didn't think it would be this early, but I felt like Atlanta would be a good place so he could sit behind Kirk Cousins for a couple of years.
But you know what they were supposed to do with Desmond Ridder last year?
That's insane.
Listen,
it's a reach.
I'm gonna say this.
Wow! Holy shit!
I'm gonna say this one. This is the worst drafting team in the league.
What a bad pick.
Every year, it is ass backwards. They're drafting wide receivers with no quarterback, the tight end they don't throw the ball to, a running back with no quarterback. You finally go sign somebody, and then you draft a quarterback. I don't care if this was Caleb Williams. You don't do it. You don't do it.
Oh, no. If they're number one, you take Caleb. Stop. Stop. But you're not getting Kirk Cousins if you got the number one pick anyway. So that scenario doesn't work. But
I personally have Penix Jr. as the
here we go. Got options.
6th best quarterback in this draft.
So here's the only thing I could say about that pick. It is a great pick if you're preparing for the future because you don't expect Kirk to be there and you've got a lot of pieces. But like Brian just said, you made a move to get Kirk Cousins and you gave a lot away. You put a lot of money into Kirk Cousins and you draft a quarterback in the first round.
I don't know.
And I'm a Penix Jr. fan. B, you know me. I think Penix Jr. is 3rd best quarterback in this draft.
I'm a Penix Jr. guy too, but I don't know if he's.
What kind of delusion they sell in Atlanta? Because this is a win now move.
Oh,
they got Kirk because they thought they was gonna win something today. I don't. What's the point of this now?
This is Kevin Oliver, guys. He's from our show, 2 Men Front.
Who the is that?
It's fucking Kevin. What's your problem?
Oh, what's up? What's up, Kev?
Kevin Oliver.
There's a guy popping in. I forgot it was your friend.
I thought you let him in, Drew.
I didn't let him in.
My screen was minimized. I didn't even see him. I'm sorry. I didn't see him down there.
I saw his comment or his chat, and then I was about to say, "Hey, yo, Kevin's trying to get in on the podcast."
All right,
listen. Listen,
time out. Right now, worst pick of the draft, bar none. It can't get worse. It cannot get worse than this. This is idiotic.
It could get worse.
It can't get worse. This is idiotic.
What if 2 years from now Penix is the starter? Hold on. What if 2 years from now? Wait, Brian. What if 2 years from now Penix is the starter and he starts for 12 to 15 years as a franchise quarterback for Atlanta? Then they look really smart. I don't know if that's going to be because they're terrible at drafting, as you pointed out. I don't know if they're going to put enough around them.
Now here's the thing.
Like that's whatever. Like that's I don't know.
Now here's the thing. I consider this a win now move because although Kirk Cousins had put up all those numbers in the regular season, by the time the playoffs comes around, Penix should be ready, and they're going to roll Penix out there to win the playoff game. Kirk's going to play the regular season, Penix is going to play the playoffs, and that's how they plan to do this.
Kirk Cousins has $100 million guarantee.
Yeah, for the regular season. He got that with one playoff win.
I'm not.
They obviously don't plan to play him in the playoffs.
My man is about the business. He's great with the business part of this
It's
stuff.
going to be the Jordan Love treatment. He's going to sit for 3 years, and they'll look to play him the last year of his contract.
I don't think it's going to be the Jordan Love treatment because I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to be playing that much longer. He's not Aaron Rodgers. He's not that type of quarterback. Like I think we're going to see Penix Jr. I think we're going to see him a lot sooner than we think. And look, man, I'm kind of I just he's just not good under pressure. He's just a different dude. He's just a different.
I don't get it.
I'm loving the reaction on ABC right now. It's great.
Like I know he ran a 4.5 and a 4 whatever, but he doesn't play that. Like, oh, this is a bad move.
Oh, you're talking about Penix running the 4.5.
Yeah. He runs a 4.5. I get, but he doesn't play that way. He's not a runner.
He doesn't. He doesn't look mobile to me. If you look at his best games, he's a pocket passer.
Man, this is a bad move. Yeah, this is a bad move.
Oh wait, I hit the wrong one. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, Ant.
Let me ask you a question real quick because I'm curious about this. Do you guys think is Michael Penix Jr. a better quarterback right now than Justin Fields?
No.
I'm going to say no simply because Justin Fields has been in an NFL offense, right? So, like, he's adjusted to the speed of the game and everything like that. Pure talent-wise, possibly. He's a better passer than Justin Fields, in my opinion.
I feel like if they wanted to sit a quarterback for a couple of years,
yeah, they should have got Justin Fields. Yeah, totally agree.
Like and with a guy who hasn't been through injuries, a guy that can move. This is stupid.
Listen, and you got to be ecstatic that Dallas Turner is available right now. Like that makes the most sense to me for you right here.
Yeah, I mean, or
the Bears got to go defense. Bears got to go.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's an argument, right? He's the best defensive end in this draft, right? Like, I don't think.
Absolutely.
I like Latu a little better.
Wow!
Oh, really?
Wow!
Okay.
I like Latu a little better.
Oh my God, Ant, you're gonna lose your mind right now.
Good job, Ant.
You got a pick?
What's just happened?
Good job, Ant.
Yes.
They're all in on
Wow,
Caleb.
really?
Yeah.
They're all in on Caleb.
Yeah.
The first 9 picks have all been offensive players.
But if you're
Watch.
if
Jets
you're
are going
all
to trade now.
if you're all in
I'm waiting. I'm not expecting the Jets to trade this pick now.
if you're all in on Caleb though, don't you think?
Yeah.
Maybe think about an offensive lineman there. Then if you're all in on Caleb.
Well, they brought some guys in there for agency, I believe.
Why?
They got
Caleb
some
is
guys
out
in, I
there to
believe.
run around and make plays. You don't need to block that. You don't need to block that long.
This is huge. This is huge for the Bears, man. I'm gonna tell you why, because Keenan Allen only has a few years left. So
Yeah.
It's gonna be huge for him to learn underneath Keenan Allen.
Hey, look. All I know is this. Here's what I know: that CJ Stroud was picked number 2, right? Number 2, and then they got Tank Dell in the 3rd round, and they went to the playoffs with a brand new. They don't have the only thing that the Bears don't have is a good coach. I do not like Eberflus at all. I think should have fired his ass a long time ago, but he's probably going to keep his job now because now he has guys that can help him keep his job. But I'm not going to say the Bears are going to make the playoffs yet because I want to see what they do with the rest of this draft. But this pick has made them a different team. It's a different era. It's a different team now. This is
you got a Dunze on one side and DJ Moore on the other side for Caleb Williams.
And then they have, then they get the dude from the Chargers.
Everett.
Everett.
And then you got DeAndre Swift at the running back position
and Khalib Herbert. This is gonna be a squad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rocco Johnson.
The Jets are working a trade.
They have,
Of course they are.
You said you didn't like
Vikings.
I didn't really like.
Vikings trade up.
Oh, the
JJ?
Vikings.
Here it is, JJ McCarthy, right here.
Yep.
Where were the Vikings trading or picking before?
Why?
Where were they picking before? 11?
They moved up 1?
Did they think the Jets were going to take? Did they think the Jets were going to take JJ McCarthy?
They had to do it because of the Bears. Because the Broncos. Just in case. Broncos they got a quarterback.
I think everyone knew the Broncos. They love Bo Nix. I don't think they were going to take JJ McCarthy.
No. The JJ McCarthy's available, dude.
Panic move.
Yeah,
Panic
move.
Yeah,
they could have waited. I don't think they was going to. I don't know.
You could be. Listen, Bri, you could be right, but also, are you willing to take that chance if this guy is really the guy you think is gonna,
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you gotta do it.
Like what you said, they think like what you think, right? He's gonna probably have the best career out of the draft besides maybe Caleb Williams. So they're like, we can't pass on a guy we think is going to start 10 to 12 years in our organization.
Well, and it could also very well be that the Jets were talking to the other teams and they pretty much told the Vikings shit or get off the pot.
Yeah, no, you could absolutely be correct. But do we think that the Vikings traded both their first rounds to move up? I don't think so.
No, not 1 pick. They maybe, I would say a 3rd, maybe.
Man.
Jets get 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203.
So a 4th round.
That's a pretty fair trade, honestly.
You know, if you're the Vikings and you think this is your guy, then that was a good trade. Now, whether or not he is the guy is a different story, but
are the Bears winning this draft right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean they're looking pretty
considering
good.
that all the good teams haven't had a chance to pick yet, sure.
It's a win regardless for me with the good teams.
No, yeah, they got their franchise quarterback, right? By all accounts, Caleb Williams is the least likely to bust in this draft at quarterback position, without a doubt, right? And they got another weapon to give to him on an improved offense. I mean, they win. I'm a defense guy, though. I'd have rather had Dallas Turner. I think you can get another wide receiver later in the draft, but that's fine.
I agree.
I just feel like the difference between Dallas Turner and the next defensive end is vast, right? Whereas
you think he's that much better than Latu?
Yes.
I don't think that much better.
I disagree.
You think Dallas Turner is that much better than Latu?
Yeah.
I think right now, I think maybe Latu has a higher ceiling than Turner, but I'm talking about right now playing game, week one. I think Turner's more polished and more ready to play in the NFL right now.
And his versatility, too. He could play DE and linebacker.
Yeah, and Latu's pretty shitty in the run game as far as I'm concerned. I think he's got a lot to work on.
The only thing I'm worried about.
That's how I feel about Hurst and Turner.
The only thing I'm worried about Latu is the medical part.
Right. The medical part is a huge question.
I think he's the best edge rusher in this draft. I mean, I like Dallas Turner. He's good.
5 quarterbacks in the top 10. That's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That's pretty wild.
And here's a reality. Only 2 of them are probably going to be serviceable starters in the NFL.
Maybe two.
So if you go by the odds, the max they could get is 3 out of the 5, but most likely it's going to be 1 to 2.
1 to 2.
So where does Bo Nix go now?
So there are 3 busts right now.
2 picks to probably the Broncos.
Broncos, right? I mean, like Sean Payton's got.
Who else?
Sean Payton can't go into the draft with who's the quarterback now for the Broncos? Is it Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Hell no. Yeah. Sean Payton has he can't.
No, Jason Stidham technically, but they traded for Zach Wilson. So either one of those.
See, this is
either guy is not a guy, right?
This is the problem. You don't make picks out of desperation. You need to make picks that make sense. Bo Nix to the Broncos makes
sense.
Absolutely zero sense. No, it don't. Not at 12.
Why not?
That guy is
I legitimately think you could trade back into the 20s and get Bo Nix.
He fits to what Sean Payton wants to do. They could trade back and get him. I agree with you on that. They should trade back.
I can see that about Zach Wilson too.
He's going to be there at 2. No, he can't. Zach Wilson is garbage. Come on now.
Zach Wilson is terrible. But, I mean, Sean Payton was the guy that believed in that what's his name was going to be a great NFL quarterback. So I'm thinking he looks at Zach Wilson and thinks he can do something with that.
Nah, Zach Wilson is garbage. Everybody knows.
I mean, out of these 5 quarterbacks, McCarthy just fell into the best situation.
Oh,
you got Addison, Jefferson, Hawkinson, and
100%.
Aaron Jones.
Well, not just that, but you have a proven track record with that offense with an average to above average quarterback, right? So McCarthy just has to be average, right, to be successful. Just average. Just give me average. Just don't make mistakes.
He just has to be Alex Smith 2.0, and he's gonna have a solid.
I don't believe that. Because
I feel like if we're go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'll say one thing I would respect about Kirk is that Kirk will throw it, and a lot of quarterbacks, especially the one that you say don't make mistakes, they're too cautious with the ball. They're gonna hold it. They're gonna pat it. They're gonna look for the right window, the right play. The only thing I really give Kirk Cousins for that if he sees you down there, he's gonna throw the damn ball, and that's the same thing I give Brock Purdy credit for. He's gonna let the ball go. Too many guys trying to make the right play, try not to mess up. And if that's what you believe J.J. McCarthy's going to do, you're not going to get the best out of your receivers. You need someone that's going to throw the ball because Justin Jefferson is the guy you throw the ball to with the whole secondary on him. And if J.J. is not going to throw that ball, you're not getting better.
While I agree with you that he'll throw the ball, it's pretty easy when you have the best wide receiver that you're normally throwing the ball to that wins in double and triple coverage, right? So while I give Kirk the credit for having the stones to throw the ball, it makes it a little bit easier when that guy you're throwing to is clearly the best, right?
Yes.
Speak what you said, Kevin. Like that's what you want your quarterback to do. Like we try to pretend we don't like game managing quarterbacks, but we all like them because they don't make.
I love them.
Mahomes is a game managing quarterback.
Absolutely,
he doesn't do that shit all. He used to be a guy who threw the ball willy nilly, but now he's still.
I'm not saying to throw willy nilly, but I'm not saying to throw willy nilly. But every once in a while, you just gotta take a chance and let the ball go. Like, are you talented or not?
Right. Mahomes goes off script 2 to 3 times a game now, if you look. 2 to 3 times a game, he goes off script. The rest of it is scripted. He goes by what the check down is, where he's supposed to go. The only time you see off script is where he's like, man, I got this matchup. I'm going to test it. But for the most part, he's a game manager. Absolutely.
Wouldn't Brock Bowers be like just the perfect fit right now?
Yeah, I think this.
I would love Brock Bowers here, but
this is actually kind of why I don't like Denver taking Bo Nix, because how do you pass up on getting an edge rusher here when things have fallen so far back?
No defensive players picked yet.
Yeah, I think Denver. I mean, has a beautiful. They need edge rushers bad. They need 2 of them.
To be honest, I think the Jets need a great edge rusher too.
Do you guys think Sean Payton can really make it through this season without, as bad as it was with Russell Wilson? As bad
I think Sean Payton's overrated, so no.
I'm just saying. I don't think much of.
I'm over Sean Payton. Sean Payton is overrated.
I'm saying that he needs to get a quarterback to solidify like what he's trying to do.
Sean Payton.
But Brian, you're not going to go and pick a guy like Bo Nix.
But Bo Nix
for just desperation.
It's what he likes to do. He's a system guy that likes scripted offenses. Russell Wilson was too off scripted for a guy like Sean Payton.
Yo, he shitted on Russell Wilson. He shitted on Russell Wilson to give him a shot. He's not giving Russell Wilson a shot. No, he didn't whatsoever. He shot on that situation the entire way.
He didn't want Russell Wilson. I'm not denying that. He didn't want Russell. He wanted a guy that was supposed to do what he's supposed to do, but Russell Wilson couldn't do it or didn't want to do it or whatever the case may be.
He went with his offense knowing that Russell Wilson did not fit his offense, so he could get Russell Wilson out of town. I don't think Wilson got a fair shot.
Which is shitty coaching. That's shitty coaching.
It's true.
I don't know if it's shitty coaching or if it's just
Sean. That is, you work to your players' strengths.
Let's be real here. Russell Wilson was there before Sean Payton even got there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not as if like Sean Payton went and say, "Hey, Russell Wilson, come play for me," and then shit on him. Like I think Sean Payton probably tried to say, "Okay, let me see what I can do with him." Okay, he's not for me. And then Sean Payton's looking.
Yeah, he had to ask the bro until she got there. The first thing he pulled up, saw Russell Wilson's spot next to him and said, "You got to go."
He was winning. They weren't winning.
Yes, they were. They were winning. When they asked him to sit. What do you mean?
The Broncos were not winning.
They were, bro.
They were in the playoffs, or were they in the playoffs? They were not winning.
They were in the hunt for the playoffs until all that shit came out. What do you mean? And the AFC wild card was one of the worst.
No, I just
you guys got in. What do you mean, no? The Steelers got in.
Jets are picking at 11.
I'm not saying he fits what we're going to do. I'm okay with Russell Wilson being our quarterback.
No, I'm talking about last year, Brian.
You shouldn't be.
Talk about last year.
What about last year?
Brian hates black quarterbacks.
Yes, he does.
Started with Michael Penix. Now he's
Watson defender there is.
I think it's both. Russell Wilson and Sean Payton were both part of the problem.
Exactly. They were both. I would agree with that. And then they separate. And now Sean Payton needs a quarterback that's going to do. He wants a young quarterback that he can mold for the next maybe 10 years, like he did with Drew Brees. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There we go.
Now I'm concerned because I'm an Olu fan, but now I'm like, shit, the Jets don't have a great track record of tackles. I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, you could be wrong because it's not that we don't have a great track record with tackles. It's just that our tackles ligaments weren't very strong. They came with those ligaments. It wasn't our fault.
They came with those ligaments.
But what about Aaron Rodgers?
Turf Monster got him.
I'm just saying.
Nah, but Olu's a good pick. There are a couple key issues I have with him. He needs to get better with his hands, and he does not have the elite athleticism. So the hands are a big thing. If he's just average with his hands, it's going to hurt him because of his speed. But all the other aspects that you need, the strength, the aggressiveness, the size, he's got it. He just has to work on his hand movement, on the slapping and stuff.
Honestly, I would have preferred the edge rusher or the tight end in this spot because it's for the Jets, they need to be able to take the next step forward. And the thing is, they need something to change the pace, switch up and change the pace on offense. If they give up or stymie to run, they don't have anybody in the pass game to get that tough pass over the middle, or it's just a mismatch nightmare. And defensively, I mean, scheme wise and with a couple players, they can get after the passer, but they don't have an elite pass rush, and that's they're going to need both to take the next step. So I'm a little disappointed with this pick, but I hope it works out.
Really? Wow.
Well, here's the reality. This pick, like my brother said, I think Olu is a fantastic pick here. He's got some things to work on, but you got a guy now that post Aaron Rodgers, you can actually build around on your offensive line. And I've always been an interior guy. Defensive line, offensive line, you build your team from the inside out. So this is actually a really good pick.
What's going on? I mean, the Jets just took Will McDonald last year. Is he not developing up to what he needs to be?
Honestly, because the injuries out, we didn't really get a good look at what our line was going to be. Right, Will McDonald when he played, he looked solid, but I don't think the guys that played last year, I don't think that's where they're going to stay. Like a right tackle, I'd rather him play guard. If Olu comes in, I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play right tackle. No, actually, I think he's going to play left tackle.
He'll play left tackle.
He's going to play left tackle and push old boy back over to the right side. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. So I'm struggling with names.
Tyron Smith?
I think Tyron Smith is going to play the right side.
Tyron Smith's a left tackle, so they're going to move him over to the right?
I don't. Maybe.
That'd be hard to tell a veteran to do that.
I don't know, man. Because it's like if this kid comes in and he's another left tackle. I mean,
Olu's raw.
We'll see what happens. But like,
I think it's worth pointing out that Tyron Smith was moved to right tackle in Dallas.
Yes.
So he was playing right tackle in 2022.
He was.
So he might. I think there's a good point there. I think he will be moved to right.
I think they expect Olu to play left. You don't drop him this high to play right. There's no way you drop him this high to play right tackle.
So here's a good point, right? So like when you look at the teams that are coming up, you look at so the next couple: Denver, Broncos, Raiders, Saints, Colts, Seahawks, Jags, Bengals, Rams, Steelers. Like
I hope you don't expect me to remember all that.
The best player available is still available, and it's Brock Bowers. Whoever gets him is getting a guy that's going to be a stud for like 10 years.
Indy.
You know where he would be an extremely dangerous piece?
Washington?
No. Cincinnati.
You can fall all the way to 18?
Oh.
I don't see anybody else going tight end. The Raiders are not going to go tight end.
Okay.
The Saints
the Raiders are. It's going to be the Raiders. Watch. Because the Raiders draft the fastest players at every position.
We got to remember that Brock. Yeah, that was crazy, David. They drafted like Darius Hayward-Bay.
Yeah.
Raiders do stupid shit.
Or the
I think there's a real shot the Raiders go for Brock Bowers.
Oh my God.
Brock Bowers is not a regular tight end. You can like do so much with him.
So Brian, you got your wish.
Who's that? Oh, Bo Nix. It was obvious. Bo Nix is literally the guy that he looks for that offense he ran in.
Listen,
and he wants to run in Denver. It's gonna I'm not saying Bo Nix is gonna blow the world on fire. I'm not saying he's gonna light the world on fire. I don't even like the dude that much. But for that team and that coach and that
the only white girl there,
he's going to do it. He's gonna be fine.
So it's the first round pick so far have been quarterback.
You know what's sick, Brian? You and I.
No, I know. No,
we predicted this shit.
I know.
With Bo Nix going to Denver, and I'm like, damn, really? This is how it's going to go. On another note,
easy.
Brock Bowers. You know who Brock Bowers is? He's Aaron Hernandez minus the rap sheet.
Yeah,
Aaron.
That's who Brock Bowers is.
Aaron.
He's got
Jeremy Shockey minus the drugs.
Let's get him some weapons.
No, you don't want to give Brock Bowers weapons. We don't need Aaron Hernandez again.
I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm going to call it now. This is a terrible draft. This is bad because all this is the rich are going to keep getting richer because look at all these talented players that are dropping into the hands of the teams that are competitive.
Yo,
everybody's overdrafting.
Yep.
You're taking stupid ass quarterbacks.
Yeah, this is going to be terrible.
I'm predicting
again,
now. I think Cleveland trades into the latter half of the first round.
I don't know what Bo Nix did to Drew. But it's
not just the Broncos. It's also the freaking Falcons. They're taking two terrible things that they don't need. I'd rather have a blue chip player than a quarterback like Bo Nix that fixed Sean Payton's system, who's probably 1 foot out the door.
Drew, the Broncos need a quarterback. The Falcons didn't need a quarterback. How can you say that?
Yeah, the Falcons didn't need a quarterback. The surprise with the Falcons is especially when you got Raheem Morris there as your head coach, you would have thought defense would have been the main priority, especially looking at an edge rusher there. So that was a shock.
Even
Bo Nix going to Denver. Bo Nix going to Denver is not a shock at all.
No,
I'm not saying it's a shock. What I'm saying is that I'd rather have the blue collar chip type of player for that team than get a quarterback out of desperation because I don't have one or I don't feel comfortable going into one. And I one that I don't think is good.
But you brought Sean Payton in to do what? To develop a quarterback, a young quarterback. So this is what they're doing. If they go Brock Bowers or if they go somebody else, then why is Sean Payton even here? Why is he here?
If your head coach can only develop a quarterback and groom a quarterback, then he shouldn't be a head coach at all.
There's a
position called quarterback.
Hold on.
There's a position called quarterback coach.
Hold on a second. Drew. Why was Russell Wilson brought in there? Why was Russell Wilson and Sean Payton brought in there? Oh, the Denver Broncos were quote unquote.
Russell Wilson was brought in there because they needed a quarterback.
They were supposedly a quarterback away from doing something.
I agree with you.
Okay, so now you're bringing in if your team is supposedly a quarterback away, you're bringing in another quarterback. I agree. But Drew, I agree that they weren't a quarterback away with bringing Russell Wilson in. But that wasn't what the majority of people were talking about.
They were way more talented than that, dude. They were underneath a horrific head coach in Nathaniel Hackett. That should have never been a head coach and should probably never be an OC.
Listen, bullshit. Denver was never a quarterback away from anything. Denver was never a quarterback away from anything. No, they weren't.
That defense they had was yes, they were. What do you mean?
They brought Sean Payton,
and then they traded everybody away.
They brought Sean Payton in because they felt like he was going to be a good quarterback, a good coach for Russell Wilson, because they reminded him of Drew Brees because he was short, right? But it didn't work out, right? It didn't work out. So now they have Sean Payton, a guy that knows how to mold quarterbacks. So they did with Drew Brees. They bring in a guy that he says reminds him of Drew Brees, and Bo Nix fits that offense. So I don't understand what the confusion is about this pick. I just don't. I'm not even a fan of Bo Nix, but the pick.
I think you're thinking of the wrong New Orleans quarterback because they probably felt Russell Wilson reminded them of Taysom Hill.
Okay, wait. I gotta jump in. I'm invoking my right to a pee break.
Did you raise your hand?
It's invoked.
Go ahead.
Man,
I don't.
But I gotta ask you guys a question. Do you think these these wide receivers they're so far apart that you have to draft they actually have to have 3 this high, especially like with the skill level of these guys, and you basically just got to put them in the right offense, and they're putting up great numbers. Do you think like these 3 are that better above replacement?
Wide receivers are hitting like they're becoming more successful, and like are hitting more often than ever. Like you got to get one of these guys. Like they're just every receiver.
I think Marvin is that much better than everyone else, but I think Neighbors and now I'm blanking on his name. Adunze are at another level, be high above the rest as well. So I think there's a clear number 1, and then the next 2 are interchangeable as far as talent wise, and then there is a drop off for sure. Significant.
Would the Raiders actually consider? I mean, who's the next quarterback?
Spencer Rattler is the next one.
Hell no.
But you know what? So in my opinion, I think what we're seeing with wide receivers in the draft is teams really don't want to hit the reset button and draft another quarterback. Like that's a move that like sets your team on a whole different trajectory, right? So when you get the elite level receivers that are going higher in drafts, it's really trying to make average to bad quarterbacks look less bad by giving them as much tools that they can work with. Because like I said, when you pull the plug on a quarterback, like that is that's the only position in football where like if you make that change, like you're changing everything. Like that has that connotation. So
now my only retort to that is, while I agree with you that like the receivers do make a bad quarterback good, I gotta wait. What happened?
Who they pick?
The Raiders keep on raiding. You guys already called it earlier.
I don't know. Dallas turn. Who?
Wow.
Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers.
Yep.
That's a good pick. That's a BPA.
But they had Michael Mayer already. It doesn't really make sense.
Brock Bowers is the best player available, and he's going to do more for your team offensively than just being a tight end.
Brock Bowers a franchise-changing player?
Offensive line help on the right side. They have no secondary help. They have no linebacking help. Yeah, there's so many other issues they could have addressed.
You can't fix the draft in one round, right? But if Brock Bowers if they felt like he's the best player available, you pick him.
So,
best player available.
Brock Bowers
he's like a top 5. I think, in my opinion, he's a top 5 player in this entire draft.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a franchise-changing player, because like I think Brock Bowers is a guy you get when you're either ready to take the next step, or you're already good and you need someone to get you over. Is
Kelsey a franchise-changing quarterback or tight end? Is Kittle a franchise-changing tight end? Like Bowers has that potential.
They weren't that without a quarterback.
But wait, time out. Kittle's had like 4 quarterbacks in like 4 years, right? And then Kelsey's had Mahomes, yes, but he started out with Alex Smith. That's right. Like Brock Bowers. Is he a franchise-changing tight end? I don't know if I would. I would say he is, but not at this moment. But if you get the right quarterback, right, then he could be.
O'Connell ain't it.
Who's that?
Aiden O'Connell ain't it.
Brian, pull me off the screen for a minute, please.
They got Gardner Minshew. He's it.
I love Gardner.
Listen, I love Gardner too. I don't like this pick at all. When you had guys like Fauga and what was the other guy's name? Fatuna?
Sounds like you're trying to say fish names.
It's Drew trying to say.
I'll tell you what.
Fauga from you had Fauga from Oregon State. You had Fatuanu from Washington. Yeah, I'm in Hawaii right now, but you had offensive line needs in Vegas. You had way more needs.
Terry and Arnold.
I think Brock Bowers is the pick here. I don't see an issue with it. You can address. This is such a deep offensive line draft. You can address that in the second round or the third round. You can address your needs in later rounds. If the best player available is available and you feel like you can help your team, then you take it.
So did I call Brock Bowers or what?
Yeah,
the Raiders are gonna Raider, baby.
Your logic was sound. I can't fault your logic.
Like this is
It's got to go fast in Las Vegas.
This is like one of the deepest offensive lineman drafts we've ever seen. Like they can address those needs,
and they could have gotten the best defensive player on the board here too.
Right.
Honestly,
still hasn't been one draft.
You could have easily gone corner here. It's not a deep corner draft.
Show, I think Dallas Turner will be the one to fall. Dallas Turner was a little overrated this year, right? He was a little overrated. The heck was that?
No, my daughter's upset with your Dallas Turner slander. That's what happened.
Hey, look, I watched a lot of college. Dallas Turner was overrated this year. I think people like Dallas Turner because it's that whole Alabama aura. He went to Alabama, played the SEC. I get it, but he was vastly overrated this year. Very, very overrated this year. I'm not surprised.
I don't think that he's overrated. It's that this is a weak edge rusher draft, and he's the best option.
Exactly.
I think if Latu didn't have a neck thing, if he didn't have a neck issue and he was forced to retire, Latu would probably be a top 10 pick. That's the only issue. There's only reason why people are staying away from Latu is top 20 pick is the medical issue. It's nothing, really not much else of it.
I think his athleticism is just average. And he's a speed rusher at that, so I have a little concerns with that too.
Looking at the best players available, there's going to be, with all these quarterbacks jamming up the first round, there's going to be a lot of really good players that drop down to the second round.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it created that Michael Penix thing created a log that killed this whole draft. Really,
6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Like that's never happened before.
Because okay. So I'm going to. Brant, I'm going to take you back to the year that you took Chase Young. And I hated the pick when it was made because they didn't have a quarterback yet. Now, they could have taken Tua, could have taken Herbert, could have taken Love, could have taken – it doesn't matter. The point is you have to get that guy. If you don't have that guy, nothing else matters. So you go back to the Raiders and say, what the hell are you doing? But in their defense, what were they going to do? They weren't going to take Spencer Rattler. The way the board fell for them, this was what they had to – they took the best player they possibly could get. And at some point, maybe they'll get a quarterback and it'll be fine. They're like, I don't know what to say. Like, I just,
the fact that so Spencer Rattler on ESPN is rated as the 98th overall player. They're like, that's crazy to me.
I just saw that.
Man, like, because Knicks and Phoenix, like, they have some of these things that make them good, right? Like, I think
Saints are making the pick.
Raiders. I love how the Raiders traded.
They love their defensive line.
They gotta go Fuaga. They gotta go Fuaga here, right?
I mean, I think it's a great value at this point.
It's a hell of a value at this point. They gotta build that line for the next quarterback coming in, whoever that may be.
Spencer Rattler at 14, New Orleans Saints.
I'll be jumping for joy if that ever happened.
I think a real good fit for Spencer Rattler, though, is Pittsburgh Steelers.
Raiders are getting trash.
They don't have enough quarterbacks in Pittsburgh, so I think Rattler would be a really good pick for the Steelers.
Damn, I got too many screens up. I refreshed the wrong one.
It happens. The Rams had been trying to go up for him, for Bowers.
Oh, I thought you were saying Spencer Rattler.
That would be great.
They can probably sit tight and get him if they really want.
See, now, so which if I'm looking at the quarterbacks left, I think Joe Milton intrigues me the most, just because.
Good job, Saints. Good job.
No, I like Jordan Travis out of everybody that's left.
Jordan Travis,
the kid from FSU, I like him a ton. As far as like. He can be a bridge quarterback. I'm not going to say he's a franchise, but he could be a bridge quarterback for you to get you. Like if you're building a team, you could still win with him.
He needs the Jordan Love treatment.
Yeah, no, he needs to go somewhere behind a great quarterback who's like maybe the Jets in like the 4th or 5th round. You could pick him up. That'd be huge.
Maybe you like the Rams.
Rams, Stafford. Yeah. There's Fuaga.
I know.
Great pick by the Saints.
That's
huge for them, especially pitching Ryan Ramsey.
Yeah, you have to secure up that offensive line because Derek Carr's not your future. He's going to be a stopgap for 2 more years probably. So
they got to fix it.
Personally, I like Faltana better. I think he's a better pass blocker. I know he's a better pass blocker.
Yes, absolutely.
But a lot of people seem to go with Faltanu, thinking he's going to go to guard and not stick at tackle.
No, he's not going to be a guard. Anyone who said that is a moron because he is the best pure pass blocker in this draft. He doesn't have Joe Alt's size or power, but his skills, his knowledge, his ability, he's number one at all of that stuff as far as pass blocking goes. He has some issues on the run blocking side of things. I know people say, oh, he's 6'4", he's 6'3". Doesn't matter. He's got really long arms. He's got much longer arms than Fuaga, who's 6'6". So now that's idiotic. Anyone saying guard for Faltana is dog shit.
Faltano's biggest issues was the fact that he's just overly aggressive when he attacks pass rushers. But his kickback, the way his quickness, his speed, the way he uses his hands against defenders, no, he's definitely one of the best offensive tackles in this draft behind Joe Alt.
But my push hurting your case, by the way, Little Fog. When your brother agrees with you, that really hurts your case.
My pushback against that is that in this game today, you're looking for guys that can play in multiple positions and shift in the offensive line, which is why it's a huge thing for Fuaga for what he could be able to do and shift in the line. He can play all four spots. That's why he's so valuable for him.
I like Faltana better. I do not disagree if someone likes Fuaga better, but I'm just saying the guard thing specifically on Faltana is idiotic. Yes,
I think Fuaga translates to a guard in the NFL, right? Because of what you spoke about, the arms wise. The arms is what's gonna shift him into the middle, right? Like he doesn't have the arm length to get on those kick out blocks, to get out there, long enough to get a hold of that defensive end or that outside linebacker. I think he translates more to a guard, but you could put him at right tackle to start and then push him inside later if you get another piece,
And I would say the other thing that concerns me a little bit about Fuaga, this is not my own personal opinion, but the fact that all the scouting reports on him were just so different. Plenty of executives and scouts had him as a second-round guard. Some had him as a first-round offensive tackle. I'm not a tweener fan. I've just never been a fan of tweeners. When you just don't know where a guy slots in.
I'll buy much into that.
You know who Fuaga reminds me of? The guy that the Patriots drafted from Georgia.
When?
What the hell was that guy's name? Injuries killed him, but he was a tweener.
Offensive lineman?
No, he was drafted like 4 or 5 years ago from the Patriots. Out of Georgia. He was a guard tackle guy.
Fuck. I'm looking.
Isaiah Wynn?
Yes. Isaiah Wynn.
I thought the Titans drafted him.
No.
Yeah, I thought
Patriots. He was Patriots.
I thought the Titans. Okay, yeah.
Did Isaiah Wynn? Wait, hold on. Was the Isaiah Wynn the kid that came in the training camp and wanted to quit? And
that was the guy the Titans drafted. That was somebody.
Isaiah Wynn. He drafted him, right?
It was Tennessee.
Yeah, he never played for the Titans.
He was the one that had the girlfriend that tried to hug him, and the mom.
That was Isaiah Wilson.
Isaiah Wynn went to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Okay. Name Isaiah's mixed up.
So, Colts are looking at the fact that, hey, look at all these corners are here. We didn't expect that. They're like, hey. This is where we parked our car. Quinion Mitchell all day.
Yeah,
all day.
I definitely think this is a Quinion Mitchell pick right here.
You don't think Dallas Turner entices them at all?
They need pass rushing too.
Yeah, not as much as they need secondary help.
I'm telling you, Dallas Turner is going to drop. I'm telling you, Dallas Turner was exposed last year by a lot of teams in the SEC.
The talk was if he didn't go in the top 10, he might drop into the late 20s.
Yeah. And
So,
he's
I
definitely.
don't think
jump.
you're wrong, Brian. I just don't think the need is there with all the secondary help that these guys, and a lot of these guys didn't expect him to be there, so they did their research on their guy and they like their guy, so they're not going to change their pick to go to him.
If we're claiming, I'm not.
I don't know. Seattle's picking next.
I do have Seattle. Seattle does need pass rushing, so if he doesn't go there, then with Mike McDonald, I'll be shocked. But if we're claiming he's the best pass rusher in this draft, and pass rushers are like a premium in this league, you would think that somebody would grab him at this point, right? But
or they know something that we don't know.
Matthew,
in his medical or
on Dallas Turner, where he was just not the guy that people thought he was going to be, especially when he came into Alabama.
Matthew Berry is trashing the Raiders right now.
Fuck Matthew Berry.
Matthew Berry's so funny, dude. He's so bad.
Drew, what do we say on Sundays? Bad teams stay bad for a reason.
Always eat your vitamins.
Yeah.
And you say your prayers, right?
An apple a day keeps the dentist away. What? I don't know.
Doctor. No, that actually hurts your teeth. You better brush them.
What is it, brother? What did you say?
I don't know.
Bad teams stay bad for a reason. It's because, again, I'm a huge proponent of getting high draft picks because you can do something with them. But when you blow them, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. No.
But also, you got to look at, too, the people that are at the bottom or the top of the draft are there for a reason for the most part. They're normally bad organizations, right? So they continue to make bad mistakes to get to there every year.
Alex would know, guys. Alex, listen to him. You would know by his team.
The Broncos had Bo Nix as their third-ranked quarterback in the draft.
Lord knows I know.
That sounds like a Broncos thing to do.
Behind Daniels and Williams.
Behind who? Who do they have in front of them?
Daniels and Williams. I don't know if that's the order.
Of course they did. We all know they were better than. I mean, if Williams fell to 12 or.
What is this? Wait. John Hansen on Twitter said, "Did the Raiders have Brock Bowers in their queue and get auto drafted?" That's good. That puts a smile.
Wow.
Best tight end in football in 3 years.
It's not wrong, but damn.
Maybe even 2 years in Brock Bowers.
Brian, come on.
I can say that with confidence.
Come on.
It's not even a come on.
You gotta have a quarterback
in football in 2 or 3 years.
I can't agree with saying that with confidence. There's a lot of really good tight ends in the NFL right now.
Best tight end in football in 2 to 3 years.
His name is Sam Laporta.
Here's your first defensive player.
I was going to say, you think
we play this if you want? He's going to be the best tight end in football in 2 to 3 years.
You think
your first
defensive
Bowers
is better than
Brian saying
Laporta?
Kyle Pitts was going to be the best tight end in
I'm
football.
going to say it again.
But that's not Kyle Pitts' fault.
He should be the best tight end in football in 2 to 3. I didn't say he's better than anybody right now.
They went defensive end, but they didn't go. Boy,
Latu. Yeah, I'm not.
Latu, I love it. Latu's the best good pass rusher in this draft. It's the medical that scare people. He's the best.
I like Latu better than Turner.
Yeah, I disagree with David. I like his athleticism. I like his length. He's not strong. He's bull rush is kind of hit or miss. His bull rush is kind of hit or miss. But I like his bend. I like his leverage that he can get. Right, I like his athleticism. The only thing I don't like about him is the medical. Like if he did not have that medical, we're talking about Latu being possibly 5 to 10. But that medical, he had to retire from football. It made him retire. Right, so I get why people were like, I'm not sure because one bad hit, he's out. So it's a risk. 15's pretty even.
Well, that's everybody, right?
I don't even think it's medical, but when you watch him, he's not a power rusher, to be honest.
He's a speed
with you.
rusher.
Yeah.
Everything. TJ Watt was that either out of Wisconsin, but he became that.
Everything he does is off of technique. He's got really good technique. So it's a very good foundation that he has. But his power and his speed isn't really great.
No, he's got to get stronger. He definitely has to get stronger. I definitely.
Now, see, the issues I have with him is he's got short arms for his size, and he has oh God, what the hell was it? Now I'm spacing already.
Well, he's going to have to gain 25, 30 pounds.
Oh yeah, he's light in the ass. He's light in the ass.
That could be fixed.
But that can be fixed. He's light in the butt right now.
Yeah, but I would be concerned that he puts on the weight and it's going to affect his athleticism, which I already
slows
think is
him
just
down.
average.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he's 6'5", 265. He needs to be 285 minimum, probably 290 to really compete.
But again, the problem is he's not fast or powerful to begin with. I don't think his speed is that great to begin with. So now we agree he's light in the ass. Now he's got to put weight on. He's not that fast.
These are all things that can be fixed. Like these are not things that are not like things that can't be
fixed.
It's too
many things to fix.
His technique,
that's what I'm
finesse
saying.
moves is be able to hit the gas with the
same
IQ.
things they were saying about TJ Watt are almost a lot of things they're saying about Latu. TJ Watt wasn't that big. He wasn't that strong. His bull rush wasn't that great. Right? And he
ran a 4.64 though at 265. That's light to be. That's pretty slow at that
I don't care
weight.
About rushes.
Diana Rossini is reporting that the Falcons called Cousins when they won the clock to let him know. From what she understands, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he didn't believe it'd be in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned.
Everybody's stunned.
They just guaranteed him $100 million, and they're like, "Oh, by the way,
we're getting about shit. He's getting $100 million guaranteed." Shut up.
I'm very stunned. I think it makes no sense.
The check should relax him.
Not going to affect him.
I don't know why. I don't know why he'd be stunned. He's getting the money regardless. Who gives a shit? Kirk Cousins is the greatest in the NFL.
I don't know why. Yeah, Kirk Cousins. He doesn't. I don't know. Stunned about what?
All his highlights are getting to USC right now. That's bad.
I think this pick's either going to be Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy.
His IQ is so nice.
Yeah, this has to be Byron Murphy. Without question.
Is Latu the first defensive player off the board?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think Seattle's got to go defensive tackle here.
They got it. Yeah.
Is that Murphy or
boy? Holy shit!
What happened?
He's a thick dude. Good God.
Who's that?
Talking about Murphy?
Latu's
a big dude. No, he's big.
He's a big dude.
He's just kind of he's longer. He's long. He's a pretty big dude.
He's big, meaning he's tall, sure, but he's slender for being
That's what I'm saying. Tall. He reminds you a lot. He reminds you a lot of Alex. He reminds you a lot of Jalen Phillips from Miami.
I mean, if that's a comp for him, I like Jalen Phillips.
I like that comparison, bro.
I did not like Jalen Phillips.
I did like Jalen.
Still don't.
Look at the comp I saw was Matthew Judon for Latu.
Really?
That's what some of the people were saying that I was reading.
I can see it.
All right. The next pick will represent the halfway point in the draft.
Jacksonville.
Is any pick worse than
Michael
Penix today?
I think Michael Penix Jr. is. Then who did the Falcons draft last year?
Suggs, I like that comparison.
Bijan Robinson.
I was kind of thinking similar, but just not as athletic as Crosby.
Not even close.
I forgot the Falcons drafted Bijan Robinson.
The Falcons have had the 8 pick for 3 consecutive years.
Right?
And throw up those 3 consecutive year picks. It's hilarious.
I'm headed to the all-time draft history.
It's a comedy of errors. All 3 of them.
Last year at 8, they took Bijan Robinson. The year before at 8, they took Drake London.
Shocker.
Arthur Blank is pissed off with the pick. Him and the GM are arguing about it.
Who?
The Falcons are trash. The owner doesn't like the pick.
Of course he doesn't. He just guaranteed $100 million to Kirk, and then they drafted his replacement.
Wait. You know what's funny about that? My confusion is why wasn't Arthur Blank told before the pick was even like?
They're saying right now that he was blindsided by the pick.
That's what I'm saying. Like nothing goes. If I'm the owner of a team, nothing goes through me.
Terry Fontenot explaining why they selected Michael Penix Jr. to owner Arthur Blank. While in this discussion, they are arguing back and forth. And he is very frustrated with this pick. That's hilarious.
You know what? That's a failure. That's a failure That's a failure on Arthur Blank. You own the fucking team.
Right.
You should know what's going on at all times.
Hey, I'm glad you said that, Brian. Because Bill wouldn't have done this.
If you're blindsided from your GM and your GM makes a pick without you knowing, I mean, it's on Arthur Blank. I agree.
Firing him in the middle. I'm firing him right now. He's fired. There's a press release out right now that he's fired, and I'm making all the rest of the picks for the draft.
But the bottom line is you shouldn't be blindsided by that.
You just hired a head coach that's a defensive. We just talked about this 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
If you remember in our
defensive guy.
Our mock, we had him go defense.
Yep. All of our mocks had him going defense.
I just want to know what the logic was to drafting him this. I mean, if you draft him in the second round, sure.
I get it.
No, you want to know? Here's the logic behind it. They knew they were going to need a quarterback. They were talking. There was reports they brought Penix Jr. in, interviewed him. He went through the whole scene with him with Atlanta, and they were talking about getting him. So now it's okay. Do we get him right now? Do we get the quarterback we want right now, or do we let this play out and someone else get him? So rather than let it play out, they turn around. Let's get the quarterback now.
But Fog, the problem with that strategy. In that mindset is then why the fuck am I giving $100 million to Kirk Cousins? That's a win now move. And what helps a win now move? By getting players around him on the defensive side to help him on the offense and whatever it is that you're looking for your BPA and list and all that. Michael Penix was not number 8 on their BPA. I guarantee he was.
No,
Maybe they thought that they're going to be better for the next 2 years and they wouldn't have a chance to get a quarterback like Penix.
Sorry, Brian.
I don't know.
No.
Bill Belichick should be smiling from ear to ear.
Exactly.
That's just dysfunction in Atlanta right now.
The problem, the issue was that they didn't want Bill Belichick to have all the control.
Yeah.
You should. After this pick.
Hey, there it is. Byron Murphy. I called it. That's a good pick.
It's a great pick.
I thought it wasn't much that they didn't want him to get control, but that they thought he would fire them. And if that was the thought, this prick kind of proves why.
They deserve to be fired.
Well, and we really don't know because that recent report out about Kraft shit-talking Belichick this whole time.
Yes.
We have no idea what released to the media was actually true or not.
There's a lot, yeah.
So Atlanta's a dysfunctional organization with a shit owner and a shit GM, and that's all you need to know. Don't know that Belichick could have fixed it, but we do know that he wasn't the only problem in this equation.
I can't think. I've been trying. I'm going to look back at the all-time drafts. I can't think of a worse reach than Penix Jr. at top 10 than in like the last 10 years.
Wow, you really hate Penix Jr.
10 years?
Yeah, I mean, you're a hater.
Maybe last for 5 years. So what?
You really hate
you're
Penix
a hater.
Jr.
Pretty much any Browns pick before.
And we hate quarterbacks. The Fogs hate quarterbacks.
Penix Jr. was the 6th best quarterback in this draft for me.
That's fine.
I said that he does not play well under pressure. And everybody on national television saw in 2 games, 2 of the biggest games of his career and against USC, that when this guy's under pressure, he folds. Like the ball goes nowhere near the receiver. That's why I was so like confused about people saying, "Oh, he's poised in the pocket." No, he's not. He's not poised in the pocket at all. Like I wasn't a fan of Penix Jr. at all.
Penix Jr. is going to be the best quarterback out of this draft.
Shut up.
Who would you say?
God, I hate that. I love Alex for that.
I said Penix Jr. is going to be the best quarterback out of this draft.
So stupid.
Listen, that's Jordan Love 2.0 right there, baby. He's going to be franchise quarterback 3 years. Watch out.
I just hope he don't have to go on a pilgrimage like Geno Smith.
He's
have to rebuild his image after a failed stint with a horrible franchise.
He's Brett Favre reincarnated. Watch out.
He may play. He
as a lefty. As a lefty.
As a lefty.
Hope he pays his taxes.
Yeah, make sure you pay your taxes and don't steal from welfare or whatever it is.
The poor people, man.
To do the whitest thing ever and build a tennis court for your daughter. Oh, my bad. A volleyball court. Volleyball.
Not what he used that money for. I lost my shit. I said, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Oh, my God. That's fucking crazy. That's
funny. Vikings made a trade?
I mean, your panic state's interesting because Jamarcus Russell was drafted in the last 20 years.
Vikings
the 49ers traded a bunch of picks.
Oh shit! Who traded?
Vikings and the Jaguars.
Yeah,
interesting.
Wait, so Vikings traded up again?
Interesting.
That tracks.
I mean, Dallas Turner makes sense because best pass rusher left, or they want the top cornerback.
No. Yeah, Quignon's got to go somewhere soon.
Quignon and Terrion got to go somewhere soon.
Yeah, I'm going to say corner here because the Vikings, while they didn't have a great pass rush, it wasn't horrible. Their secondary is shit.
They lost Daniel Hunter, though, right?
Yeah.
Or Danielle Hunter? Or whatever.
Danielle Hunter? Yeah.
Danielle Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, but they got...
that guy.
They got the guy from Houston, though, the defensive end.
Oh, they got someone back? Okay, I don't know. Okay.
I think they take Terrion Arnold here.
Hey, Kevin, your question, how valuable are these second-round picks with so many defenders sliding? These second-round picks are going to be hella valuable. The second round is going to be crazy.
Washington has the 36th and the 40th pick. Like, just imagining like the level of players that'll be down there is crazy right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of talent in that second round. Man.
I still would like to see them try to trade back into the first and grab
it's either Dallas Turner or Arnold, I think.
They can get. I mean, the needs are true. They can use some interior lineup. You want to protect McCarthy.
I hope these offensive tackles keep
this could
sliding so that way the Browns can trade into the second half of the draft and get another tackle.
Why? It's not going to help Deshaun. He sucks.
That's fine. We'll bring another guy, maybe RG3 off the couch, and he'll look good in the offense.
Dallas Turner.
Is it him? He's a pick.
Okay, well, I mean, they need an edge. I get it, but
yeah, he's BPA. He's BPA, and they need an edge, so it's perfect.
Yeah, and he was because especially once you got Latu out, like, yeah, he was the best best pick. I don't know.
Yeah, but you still have the other defensive tackle. Damn, what's the guy's name?
Johnny Newton.
Johnny Newton. I mean, I don't know.
Whatever, Jerjon.
So let me ask you guys something. For what Minnesota, where everybody was talking about when Minnesota, they stayed put at their original spot, and they trade up to get. I think that's a win for them.
To get JJ,
Jags get 23, 167, and a 3 and a 4 next year.
Oh wow!
That's a win.
Jags won that. Jags won that.
Jags got that.
What did the Jags get? Sorry, say it again.
Jags get 23 this year, 167 this year, 3 and a 4 next year.
Shit.
I feel like that's too much.
Jags got wow. It's not bad. Not bad.
It's not bad, dude.
Nah, that's a nice haul for them.
That's a lopsided trade. They move back 6 picks in this draft. They pick up another draft pick in this draft and a 3rd and a 4th.
Yeah,
that's a lopsided trade. The Jags won that trade
easily. Yeah, easily won that trade.
Unless Dallas Turner turns out to be, Jared Allen or some other.
Yeah, listen, he's got to be what he was billed coming out of high school. He's got to be a 5-star guy, a starter for years to come for this to be worth that value.
Yeah.
He didn't live up to the hype when he came out.
No,
of Alabama.
Not at all.
It's very rare that you live it up after college.
But I also feel like in a lot of these big programs, it's hard to live up to the hype when there's so many like, you get what I'm saying? It's like when you're competing with all thoroughbreds and you're used to running, against freaking
the NFL now.
Little ponies, you know what I mean? No, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I feel like it's hard for a lot of these guys to live up to the hype. So if he can be a starter for 5 to 7 years, this trade might be valuable. I don't know though. I feel like it's a lot. I just feel like it's a lot to give up.
At 17, it could be a good value pick. At 17.
I mean,
that's good value. You're getting a top 10 player at 17. It's worth for those trades. You all value draft picks way too much, dude. That 3rd and 4th round gives
100%.
How many? But I mean, there's just so many examples of franchise guys in the 3rd and 4th round that are drafted.
Yeah.
Like, to me, there's more value because there's more scrutiny, longer time to think about the 3rd and 4th round. I think people make mistakes more in the 1st round with guys because they do in the 3rd and 4th.
That Houston last year.
Exactly.
Houston made that move, and look what they did.
Tank Dell.
Look what Houston did last year.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Those 3rd and 4th picks are more valuable than you give them credit for.
That's what teams are made up of, anyways. Is those mid-round picks.
But Houston made that trade and got into the top 10 again and got Will Anderson. So sometimes those pan out. They work.
Totally agree with you. I'm willing to take the risk at 17. I'm not willing to take the risk in the top 10 on Turner.
Yeah.
Well, but again, that just lets you know how much better Will Anderson is as opposed to Dallas Turner.
Oh, totally agree. This is a very down year for edge rushers. Very outside linebacker and defensive end. This is a down year.
So off the board.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, man.
Mims, really?
We were spot on most of these teams.
They had to. The Bengals got to go. They got to protect Burrow.
Yeah.
At this point, they have to.
I feel like we did a really good mock. We had the right position. We just had wrong guys in some places, right? Like wrong name, but same position.
Well, I hope you guys are really wrong about my 49ers because I do not want them taking a wide receiver. That would piss me off.
Why? Why do you not want to get a wide receiver when you admittedly said Ayuk is gone? Like, why do you not want another wide receiver?
Because they have so many other depth issues on their offensive line and defensive line. I want Fontenot. I want him to fall to San Fran.
Oh, good luck with that.
For that one.
I had the 49ers getting Guyton, so.
In my first mock,
I don't like Tyler Guyton. There's two guys I wanted to avoid in this old line in the 1st round, and that's Tyler Guyton, and the other one is Jordan Morgan. I don't want either of those two guys.
I think
for Tennessee, for San Francisco, what I was looking at was if an edge did fall off, how would you feel about them going edge because you guys lost Chase Young?
Oh, I don't mind them going edge.
Good loss, by the way.
Yeah, no. Well, like if
Chop Robinson or Darius Robinson, you like either of those two guys?
I prefer Darius Robinson to Chop Robinson because Darius Robinson I would compare to Eric Armstead. Chop Robinson, I think, was screwed by Penn State. He is an outside linebacker. He is not a defensive end. He was taught all the wrong skills and abilities. They screwed him over. A team is going to have to draft Chop Robinson and fix him because as he currently is, he's a 9-tech Robert Quinn type player, and that's all he could do. That's all he could do right now because he has no coverage abilities. He was taught to play defensive end, and he doesn't have the ability for it. He's an outside linebacker.
Let's give Cincinnati a lot of credit here, man. Mims' hands are way above average. He's a really big dude that just needs to grow into that huge frame, but he's prototypical for tackle here. I think this was a really good pick for the Bengals.
Athletically speaking, he's the best tackle.
Here's the dangerous thing about Mims. He's a raw talent that reminds me of Mekhi Becton. He's got all the skills, all the athleticism, but is he going to translate in the NFL? That's the risk you got with Mims on top of his injury history.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm actually happy the Bengals. I was like, please don't drop the 20 because I saw a lot of getting Mims. It's like, please do not, because for that very reason, Fog. I didn't want anything to do.
Listen, Mims has the potential to be the best offensive tackle in this draft, or the biggest bust in this draft? That's where he's at right now.
Well, for the first time since 2016, the Los Angeles Rams, barring a late trade, will make a first-round pick.
If this hurts my heart as a Niners fan. I was enjoying
first
them.
First time in 8 years.
The last guy that they took in the first round was Jared Goff.
Damn.
Woo.
I still can't believe that Arthur Blank didn't know who his team was picking.
Well, I got a little add on to that. Now they're reporting saying Kirk Cousins called Arthur Blank pissed off and to no end, and that's what made Arthur Blank have that discussion with the GM.
Oh man,
that's pure dysfunction. And you got tampering allegations you got to do.
This should be Newton right here, without a doubt.
Or Murphy.
No,
Murphy's already gone. Murphy's already gone.
Oh, yeah,
this should be Newton without a doubt. They got to replace Arnold here. I mean, this is a big, or Darnold here. This is a big, big replacement right here.
Or
it could be Terry on.
True. They go receiver.
No,
I would rather
dude,
them go.
they just hit with
today this morning.
No,
What receiver would you take here?
They were saying this morning. They were trying to trade to get Roma Dunze.
I'd say Newton or Jared Verse. That's it.
I was gonna say Jared Verse too.
I think
Jared is an option, but I don't think I'm taking.
I don't think they go receiver. No, I mean if they could make that work and get a Dunze, sure, but no, not now.
They could go Arnold. They need a cornerback. They could go Arnold, but I think Newton or Verse is going to be their pick.
I was going to say they need corner help too.
I don't think they go Verse because Verse would fit better in a wide 9 scheme or a scheme where he's going to
play at Florida State.
Yeah. So I just don't see him going to the Rams. I do think Newton is a real good option, and then cornerback. I think that's what they've.
Yeah, they definitely didn't expect. They definitely didn't expect Quinyon to be here at this point in the draft. So they might balk and not go Newton and go Quinyon Mitchell here, but I would go Newton here.
I like Newton. I just don't think he's Aaron Donald because he had too many struggles with power players.
But who's Aaron Donald?
No one can be Aaron Donald.
Darnold. Yeah.
Who's Aaron Donald?
Yeah.
I mean, no, but I'm saying who is meaning who's replacing him? Nobody, right? Like one for one, that's not there's no replacement in this draft for him.
Well, no, but I can see that being something in their head where they're like, well, we could get the diet Aaron Donald, or we could get the best cornerback in the draft. So I think that might play.
Yeah,
into their
you
decision.
might be right. You might be right. He might, but if he doesn't go here, he might slip.
That's a nice slip to whoever gets him. This is why I hate what happened in the first half of this draft because all these good teams are just going to pick up value adds.
Yeah,
they're not going to have to put a lot of pressure on.
All these clowns that reach for quarterbacks are mucking up the draft as usual.
Thank you, Alex.
And there's a lot of corners. This is a corner draft, and they're all still there.
Yeah, a lot of people we thought were going to take corners because people were going to wait on quarterbacks are now not taking corners because people traded up to get quarterbacks.
Yeah.
These next two picks are going to be pretty interesting because we don't know what the Rams are going to do, and we don't know what the Steelers would do. And the Steelers have all their needs are in their lap. I mean, they can grab.
Yeah, I was going to say Steelers. If I'm a Steelers fan, you're hype. You're super pumped right now because everything that you could want is available for you. It's a big need. Yeah.
No.
We got need in secondary. We got need at corner. We got need at edge. We got need.
No.
At wide receiver, I don't want a wide receiver. We got need. I honestly want a center, but now it's like, fuck.
That's the thing. I had the Steelers pegged for center, and now I don't know.
Did too. I thought you guys were going to take old boy
JPJ.
Yeah, JPJ. I figured was going to go at this pick for you.
I'd rather have Graham Barton.
But now you're not. I don't.
I'd rather have either one.
Center with what's available now. The Steelers cannot take a center at this pick.
I mean, we could. We need a center. And Arthur, we have a coach. We have an OC who likes to run football. We have an OC.
Still waiting.
Wants to run the football. We haven't been the same running team since we lost Pouncey. Like we're not the same team without a center.
I agree with you, but I feel like JPJ is going to be available in the second round because this draft has fallen this way. It's going to cost you much less to trade up to the top of the second round than to trade up or to get the third, fourth, fifth, sixth corner that you really wanted. You know what I mean? Like if Rams don't take corner here and Quinnen is available, could you imagine passing up on him at 20?
I mean, I don't know. Our secondary wasn't horrid last year. Quinnen he'll be a good addition, but we weren't like dying at cornerback last year. But we knew that we couldn't run the football.
Pick is in.
Oh wow!
Oh damn it! What happened? Who is it? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.?
Jared Verse.
Oh, Jared Verse. Okay. I mean,
I had a feeling
Georgia.
go that way.
It's.
I was right. Now I go to the bathroom.
It's mini fog saying that maybe they don't want to go with Darnold there, like a junior Darnold. So
mini fog. I said it first. Fuck off, Alex. I'm gonna go take a piss and come back and piss on you.
Go ahead, buddy.
So now everybody's saying that the Steelers going to go with Newton now.
Oh man,
I don't like that pick.
I don't hate it. I just don't want
I don't like it as a Browns fan. I don't want him. I don't want him in my division. I don't want him for the Ravens, the Eagles, or the Steelers.
It goes to PPA, Brian.
Cam Hayward's not getting any younger.
Agreed, but also, can you imagine pairing him? Could you imagine pairing him with Cam, with JJ? Like,
JJ. No, I get it.
Scary, dude. Like, as a offense in our really stacked defensive division, that's a huge upgrade for you guys. A defensive tackle as your second defensive tackle. Can you imagine? Like, that's really rough. Like, that just makes JJ that much more dangerous.
Who do you want here?
Who do I want here? I want either.
Who?
Is he available?
I think he really wants JPJ, but there's so much available that he's second guessing his pick.
Yeah, I didn't expect Graham Barton to be here. I didn't expect Mitchell, Arnold. Falcone.
No, I expect all those guys to be gone. Like, I thought this was gonna be a pretty peaceful draft for us. Like a pretty okay, bet JPJ, we're done. Next, like shit.
What's up, Tony? Missed you tonight.
I'll be happy with either one, but I just know how horrid and putrid our run game was. You can't run up. You can't run in the A gap without a center.
But do you think JPJ fixes that immediately?
He's significantly better than what we have now than Roger Jones.
So, in your opinion, JPJ is the biggest upgrade for you at this position?
He would be. I'm putting it this way. He would be the safest pick for me at this position. Okay. The safest pick. But if we get Quentin Mitchell, man, then shit, man, it is a BPA pick right now.
Who's the pick you would be upset about? Who's the pick you would like the least between JPJ, Newton, and Mitchell? Who would you like the least?
I would like Mitchell the least because we're not starving at corner.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
John Suggs is on the Mitchell train. He has been for the last 10 picks. So,
he's been saying Mitchell for everybody.
He's been saying Mitchell for everybody.
For 17 minutes, he's been saying Mitchell. So we're like,
he has been saying Mitchell for everybody. I think
Love you, John.
I think Kool-Aid falls out the first round.
What if they went? Is it Dunze still available?
No, he's gone.
Gone.
He went to Chicago.
Okay.
He's gone.
What if they went wide receiver here? You'd be furious, right?
I'll be pissed. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In agreement. If I'm you, I'm furious if they go wide receiver here.
Hey Brian, shout out to the steady 50 people that have been watching this, man. That's really dope.
So just to confirm, Graham Barton is planning on transitioning from tackle to center, correct?
No, Brian? No?
Yeah, I mean,
He shook his head, yeah.
Competing jackass.
We have a lot
shook
of
his head, yeah. Leave the guy alone.
He shook his head, yes. His mouth was
What'd you
full.
say, Brent?
I said so Graham Barton is planning on transitioning from tackle to center, correct?
What?
Barton is planning on transitioning from tackle to center?
Is he? Is that the plan? Because ESPN has him listed as a center.
Yeah.
I thought he was a
He's a
tackle
center and
or-
a center and a guard.
Yeah, he's center guard combo.
Yeah, because he started every game in college was a left tackle. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, but he knew what he translated into the NFL was guard center.
What are the Steelers gonna do? You know, it's funny. Somebody
Trade
asked the sports box today, "Who did the Giants take?" I'm like, the wrong guy. That was my answer.
Let's see. What are we saying? What is the Steelers Twitter saying?
I think it's got to be one of the three guys we talked about.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those guys.
Who else would it be? They're definitely not going edge.
Is it Faltanu?
They could go off. They could go off Altana.
I mean, they do need offensive line help, but I thought they needed interior, not really tackle.
I would be good at Fontanu. I'll be okay with that.
Okay. Do you think they transition him into guard?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like that would be an option.
Bo Nix.
I like Barton too, man.
Yeah, this is man. It's one of those. It's the area of draft where I'm like, all right, I'd like to see Washington take either the 36th or the 40th and try to get back in, just to get someone like Faltanu.
No, yeah, I'm fully expecting the Browns to trade back in to get somebody in this first round. Like, if they don't, with the way
Yeah,
it's
that's not
rolling,
happening.
I'm gonna be furious.
That's not happening.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah,
boom, baby, Fontanu.
Okay.
Yeah, damn it, knew it.
That's a good pick, dude. I don't know why you're mad about it.
I'm not mad at that. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that. It's one of the BPAs.
And he
We
fits.
need an interior offensive lineman. He probably go to guard.
Yeah, he fits tackle or guard. You can put him at either one. He's transitional. You know what I mean? Like, he has the ability to play both in the NFL. I think he grades much higher as a guard, but you can put him at tackle and he'll be, he'll fill a need.
Time to run the football again.
I think you knew that as soon as you
Arthur Smith.
You woke up and saw Russell Wilson was your quarterback. I think you knew you're running the ball.
Oh,
That's where he's the best. Like,
Play
he's an above average quarterback when you run first and play off of the run. Like, that's period. All of his success is in that offense.
He's a great play action quarterback.
Yeah,
yes.
play action. That's
Absolutely.
Play action, roll out, stack routes. That's what it's gonna be.
But the good thing about Pittsburgh is they're addressing the line. That's going to protect him.
We needed to.
Damn you, Brian, taking my guy.
Hey,
Brian, you
Hey,
think
BZ. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Brian, you think Fields sees the field more than 20 plays this year?
Nope.
More than 20 plays? No, not 20 plays.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of people that think he's going to eventually be the starter, but they've already said they're not picking up his fifth-year option, right? Yeah. So this is literally a rental for nothing. They gave away really no draft capital whatsoever. And if Russell Wilson happens to get hurt you have an above average backup, right? Like I feel like that's what it's really legit for.
Something will have to go. Alex, an injury or something.
Alex, you said in our last episode that you said Fields is going to take over for Russell midway.
That's what I want him to do, but I don't think from everything. Obviously I'm an AFC North guy, so I pay attention to all the stuff for all my AFC North teams. And
so do we.
No, you don't. You definitely can tell you don't.
You know your team
but
better
anyways,
than
yeah, okay. You don't even know your own team good enough to be talking about my team.
You don't.
Anyways, everything that it points is that unless Russell has a catastrophic injury or gets hurt, he's going to be the starter, and they're going to have every once in a while Fields might see, cleanup duty, whatever, but mostly you're going to see in preseason, nothing else.
That's great. Great talk.
Dolphins got some options here at the interior line. They got some options.
Yeah, Graham Barton.
Yeah.
Well,
man,
I'll tell you something right now. I know who the Eagles are taking.
The corners, the Eagles make it the best corner in this draft. Which is insane.
I think they actually carry on Arnold. I don't think they really being there, but
whoever the best is, they'll screw it up and pick somebody else.
Jesus.
Maybe they'll go Spencer Rattler and
I just do not understand. I need to hear from the GM in Atlanta as to what the purpose was. Penix is going to be 20. Penix is going to be 28 when Cousins' contract expires.
Oh, he panicked. He panicked and made a mistake. What else could it be?
He could have panicked and picked like anybody else.
Agreed.
That can't be
Agreed.
Okay, real quick. Would Penix still be on the board right now?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
No.
Who's taking him?
Who's taking him?
Raiders.
The Raiders.
Oh, well, actually, you could be right with the Raiders. That's.
I don't think the quarterback was going to slip past the Raiders.
If Bo Nix is going to get picked as well, Raiders are picking him.
What I miss?
Back into the trading into the first round to get him back into the first round. I don't think the Raiders pick him at 13.
No, I think. I mean, you look at the way the way teams have started quarterbacks, the way that Fields was traded for nothing, Mac Jones, Desmond Ridder. You're talking about there's no time now. You've got 1 year, you're done. Kenny Pickett's another one.
No, let's be fair. Fields got 3 years, but I get what you're saying though.
But he got nothing for him. You know what I'm saying? Like there was no value.
Yeah.
So it's like
I don't even you can't sit your quarterback for 3 years and pick him in the top 10. That's insane. That's just so
I generally think the idea of sitting a first round quarterback is the dumbest thing ever because the benefit of first round quarterback is the rookie contract in a cap league.
Right. If he doesn't start till year 3, you get 2 years of a discount. And then if he's good, you got to go from nothing to $50 million a year.
Yeah, but listen,
work for Jordan Love.
Regardless, I don't care how good Jordan Love is or is going to be or is not going to be. That was the dumbest picks in NFL history because you have Aaron Rodgers and a chance to win and you don't try.
Yeah, you don't think if they pick a guy on defense, he could have made the difference in them winning that NFC Championship game? You don't think that would have made a difference?
If they picked
Jordan Love wasn't a top 10 pick.
No.
Like he wasn't he was a 20, 26, 27, something like that. He was the later rounds, which I'm okay with, especially if you have Aaron Rodgers. Like you pick a guy who's not gonna see the field for 3 years in the top 10. If I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan, I quit. I'm sorry, I'm done. I quit. I'm not afraid of
this. Noah's probably
he's not happy at all.
He's probably on suicide watch right now.
Yeah, he said he's sick.
No, I'm dead serious. If I'm not this is like a 6 to 7 year ago Browns pick right there, right? Like this is Johnny Manziel all over again. Like, what are you thinking? Like, you have no need for this dude. He's not gonna be your starter for minimum 3 years. What are you talking about?
It's not like you could even use him in packages where, okay, you're a young guy, you can run a little bit. We can put you in some wildcat. He's been holding the clipboard.
He's not that much different than Kirk Cousins, meaning he's more of a pocket passer. It's not like you got a Lamar Jackson guy, right? It's not like you got a Jalen Hurts who's a prototypical running quarterback. Like, this dude's a pocket passer. I don't care that he's fast. He's a pocket passer.
Man. He had the cleanest pocket in college football.
The Falcons make some of the most bonehead decisions ever, dude.
Did someone text Noah yet?
It's Kyle Pitts,
Bijan
Robinson, and now Michael Penix, right? Those are like the last.
No, Drake London was in between.
Yes.
He was before Bijan.
Direct quote: "I'm fucking sick. Back-to-back years of disaster."
I wasn't even that mad at the Bijan Robinson pick last year when me and Fred did this. I mean, it wasn't the best pick, but he's a playmaker, and you can play him.
Listen, I agree with you.
He actually had until Arthur Smith didn't play him for some fucking reason. He was actually having a pretty good year.
I agree with you that Bijan Robinson wasn't a terrible pick from their perspective, but you already had an established run game with two running backs already. Like, that's what it just didn't make sense for me, right? Like, trade Cordell Patterson, trade one of these other guys, get something in return if you're going to take Bijan.
Houston aggressively trying to get back in the first round.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, of course. Look at all this.
Wow.
Look at everything that's available. Of course they want to get back in the first round.
BZ, I think Bijan Robinson is one of the worst picks you could have made.
The Dolphins pick?
Robinson.
I think it was fine.
They took Chop Robinson?
I could who?
No, they didn't, Brant. You're lying.
I didn't see that part.
No, it's Chop
Robinson.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, well, you saw.
That's.
I mean, this is kind of a panicky move because you saw what they had at the end of the year. It was terrible. Everybody was down. And Jaden Phillips.
Yeah, but I'm with Fogg, dude. I'm with Fogg.
Phillips is out
Darius
preseason.
Ooh. But see, they're different
Darius
players. Chop is a speedy edge runner, while Darius
I like
Chop. 80 pounds.
Chop's a project. There's just no way around it. He's a project.
Yeah.
Listen, agreed, but Chop is also in the Big Ten, which produces a huge amount of NFL offensive linemen. So any kind of slight in his production is because of the type of talent that he's playing against. I think he's going to be really, really good. I don't know if I like him for Miami with what they already have, even though they had injuries. But I think this is a good pick at this spot.
The criticisms of Chop are not because of his production, not because he struggled against elite offensive line talent in the Big Ten. The criticism is because he is a little bit undersized. He has some issues lengthwise, and he's got to improve his technique if he's going to compete in the NFL with actual elite NFL talent. He can do it, but I don't think Penn State did him any favors by playing him the way they did. There's a lot of abilities and things he needs to work on that he should have been doing in college, and Penn State screwed him.
Can we talk about how
bitch.
Should have went to Ohio State. He'd have been better.
Are you insinuating that a young man was screwed at Penn State?
Yes. I'm done. That's it.
Yo.
I would say it's too early. It's really not too early for that. It's been years.
No, it's not too early. It's been a while. You're good. You're safe.
As
Is that what you're going for? I'm trying to see what you're doing here. I got it. I'll change it back.
Thank you, brother.
Man, you got it.
This I am so sick of the
that
last
was great,
3
Brian.
years. The last 3 years of great players falling to the Eagles. It is bullshit, and I'm tired of this stuff.
Well, it's happening again, buddy.
I know.
The Eagles,
dude, you just got
the great white hope.
You just got your franchise quarterback. Relax, Brant. You should be really excited.
Did we get a franchise quarterback?
You did.
Alex, you wanted the guy you put mayonnaise in coffee.
Listen, as long as RG3's ghost doesn't visit him and tear his knee up, you guys are going to be good.
I'm just thankful that Haloti Nada is no longer playing. Because how RG3 got hurt is Nada was 20 yards downfield running his fat ass and tackled him.
Man. Hey, Paul, which corner do you want? Because you really literally have like every corner on the board.
Yeah, I feel like it's Quinn and Mitchell. Like, isn't this
Cooper.
like? Why isn't the pick already in? Why isn't the pick already in?
I like Terry Arnold a little better.
I think it's going to be Arnold personally.
I think
I'm all for Arnold.
I like Arnold.
Or Cooper DeJean.
I hope they go JPJ.
He can do safety and corner, and they need help at both.
I hope they go JPJ right here. Really fuck it up. Like in true Eagles fashion, don't even take a corner. No secondary help. Let's get offensive line.
The Eagles haven't messed up their last few drafts. It has fallen to them in a great way.
They've got some picks. Yeah.
No, listen, they seem to make the right picks. I'm just trying to talk shit. Like they make the right picks, but then they figure a way to fuck it up on the field. So,
like, no reason Jordan Davis should have fallen to them. Like the same.
Jalen Carter fell to them.
Yeah.
What was it last year or the year before? Yeah, I think it was the year before. Maybe last year. Yeah. Like every possible BPA guy fell to them in every spot. Yeah, Nolan Smith. Like, come on, dude. Yeah. That was wild. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Fucking bullshit.
It's bullshit. I hate it. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, fuck the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now they're going to get one of the best corners in the draft. It's crazy. Wow.
It's just.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they can't screw up. I think it's just your flavor here, right? Either Quinn and Mitchell, Kool-Aid, right? Like who?
No Kool-Aid. I don't want no goddamn Kool-Aid.
That's what I want you to get now, just because you don't want him. But no, you got Terry. I mean, you can't.
Arnold Mitchell or DeJean. That's
DeJean Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper, man.
But Cooper can play safety and corner, right? Like,
that's what Philly needs. That's what Philly needs. A guy that can play. Cooper can play safety. He'd be a starting safety for them, or he can also run the nickel corner. I don't want anyone else out of those guys right now.
So now you've decided DeJean is who you want. Cooper
Arnold. That's it.
Okay, gotcha.
You're just lucky Mims is off the board. Otherwise, he would have been the pick because they love Georgia right now.
I'd have been fucking sick if they took Mims.
There are 32 teams in the league, and one of them is the.
You're ridiculous, Brian.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong, but Jesus. Why you going at my guy Noah like that? Why you doing that, bud?
Well, he knows, and it's just illogical.
No, I know.
Just I genuinely feel bad for the kid because like everything they do is wrong, right?
Everything they do is wrong.
Seriously, Drew, how many times have I sat there on Sunday and say, I don't know what the Falcons are doing, right? Because first of all, the order in which you're drafting these people makes no goddamn sense. You don't go receiver, tight end, running back, and then get a quarterback. The quarterback's first. Running back is last.
Their defense was in the low ranks in the 20s last year. It's been in the low ranks in the last 3 to 4 years. But yet you continue to address the offensive side. It makes no sense.
My wife texts me, "Why are you yelling?" Because I am.
Tell her the Cowboys are not even up yet.
I mean, there are a lot of arguments for the worst drafting teams. We could point out that the Giants have drafted the most offensive linemen in the last 5 years and yet have the worst offensive line every fucking year. We can talk about the Raiders just existing. So Atlanta's in company. They're not alone.
It's crazy, bro. I honestly I can't think of a worse pick in the last 10 years. Like I can't think of one.
Really?
I can justify a lot of them, but I can't justify this. You can't justify
Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones.
Look. Daniel Jones.
EJ Manuel.
Who?
EJ Manuel.
EJ Manuel played.
What does that matter?
You ready?
Keelan Farrell. That's why it matters.
Oh, that's a good one. Keelan Farrell. Farrell.
Oh, he was
that's a good one.
Tyson Alualu.
But that may have been a need. But again, you can justify all these picks. These guys played day one. We're not gonna see Penix Jr. for like
damn it.
Dog, it's trash, man.
Playing day one is not a just
congratulations,
a bomb of a pick.
Yeah.
Jalen Reagor. Jalen Reagor was pretty bad because he went.
Oh, Jalen Reagor. Oh,
man, that few. Oh,
but
fuck.
that was the top. No,
Hey, Brooks.
Jr.
Brooks.
No.
Fuck you, just because you brought that up.
Okay, I got
Trevor Penning was terrible too.
Trevor,
best quarterback in the draft.
When the Eagles drafted Reagor, I almost flipped my shit on that draft show.
Could have had Justin Jefferson, bud.
Oh yeah, we could have had anybody else but him.
I just want to throw Justin Jefferson in there.
Nah, because it's just the situation that the
Mitchell
we're in.
Good pick.
Yes, sir.
Good pick. He's my number one corner.
Potentially BPA.
I got another good, terrible draft pick just from my team, Solomon Thomas.
But was he a need at the time?
No, he the fuck was not.
I mean, you have a new quarterback. His name is Drake May. I think he's pretty good.
Oh God. Talking about bad picks. I don't know which first round pick should I go with. You go with Dwayne Haskins. That worked out well for everybody.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. By the way. Yeah.
God, there's so many. Washington has had so many bad picks. I can't.
Can you see Chase Young? He was rookie of the year.
He even with us last year, he had a great pressure percentage last year with us and had 6 sacks in like 5 games. Like he was solid. It's his effort. His effort is the issue.
So Brant, I have this conversation with people all the time, right? And this is they're a very good example, right? So you go back and look at the Commanders' draft picks in the first round, and I believe I'm trying to go find it exactly that they went defensive line like 4 1s in a row, right?
I remember that.
And at some point, that doesn't make any sense.
There you go, Quinyon Mitchell, baby.
Chase Young, defensive end. Montez Sweat, defensive end. Ron Payne, defensive tackle. Jonathan Allen, defensive end. Like, at some point, you should probably divest and pick anything else because you can't play them all at the same time.
Yeah, but then you got Ron Rivera picking guys like Jamin Davis, who, he is not able to coach him up. You've got, before Jonathan Allen was Josh Dobson. That wasn't a great pick. I mean, you look at the first round picks, and they're actually not bad, right? Going back to 2000, like our first round picks were LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels, both all pros, very good. 2001, 2002, bad. Rod Gardner, Patrick Ramsey. 2004 is Sean Taylor, who would have ended up being one of the best safeties.
R.I.P.
Right, my favorite player by far. 2005, you got Carlos Rogers, Jason Campbell. It's like Carlos Rogers was good. Jason Campbell wasn't great. Laron Landry in 2007,
garbage,
really good. Then you had 4 in a row of Brian Orakpo, Trent Williams, and Ryan Kerrigan, which are 3 amazing picks. And then you get RG3. And then in 2015, you had Brandon Scherf, who was another great pick. And then Jonathan Allen, Daron Payne, Dwayne Haskins, Montez Sweat, Chase Young.
Damn, how nice would it have been to bet the Falcons to pick a quarterback plus 2,000? You imagine having an inside track
it goes
on
back
that?
It goes back to
imagine having an inside track on that and just dropping like cool 100K or something. You know what I mean? It's no big deal.
So
maybe the GM did have the inside track on
could
that.
be right too. Somebody in his family just made a butt ton of money.
You know who's 1 day younger than Michael Penix?
Who was that? Lamar Jackson?
Nope. Trey Lance.
Damn.
QB1? I don't know. Maybe.
Man.
No, it's not. Y'all can start him. As a fan.
Jesus,
Brant, I would start you over Dak Prescott.
One of our local guys podcast is like Sucks to be a Bears fan having to sit through more years of misery after drafting Caleb Williams. Dude's never won a big game in his career. Can't handle pressure. Jeez.
Yeah.
He
did good with what he had.
Nobody really has any justification to Caleb Williams. Like that's not even.
You just don't like him because he paints his nails.
He paints his nails. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, he's an odd dude. I think
that is a problem.
I think he's an odd dude. That's why people like have problems with him. But if you look at his play, I mean, he's a dang good prospect.
He can be all he wants. As long as he wins, give me games. That's all I care about.
That's what that's all that matters in this league. Oh God.
The Jacksonville Jaguars also need a corner. Wouldn't be surprised if they take a look at, I don't know, Nate Wiggins or Terrion Arnold or, all
Kevin
these guys should have
Kevin O said for the Jets, Vernon Golston. I don't care what anybody else says. In Madden, taking Vernon Golston and turning him into a defensive end, dude was a monster.
Yeah, unblockable.
He
unblockable.
was the best pass rusher when you switch positions.
Hey, listen to this. This is not related. ESPN sources, Sixers star Joel Embiid has been treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy for the past week. The condition began during the play-in victory over Miami, but he wanted to keep it private to avoid distractions for his team.
Jeez.
Did he get his shots recently?
That's a pretty big deal.
I don't know I didn't think that comes in. I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV, but that doesn't seem like something that just pops up out of nowhere.
I know. Yeah, here we're going.
Normally a family history there.
Yeah, and there's certain, like, if he's getting the shots or immunizations or something like that, it could trigger some autoimmune response like that.
Jeez.
Dude, that's not good.
That seemed like that wasn't like, an ACL or a toe problem. That was
Where'd you see that? Where'd you see that?
Wide receiver.
Anybody bet Lakers?
Where did I see that? Adrian Wojnarowski. I think he's.
Oh, Woj?
Yeah. Yeah, Embiid's got hella issues. I can't even.
76ers won tonight, too.
He killed it.
The Jags needed it,
he
and they got
50 points. He had 50 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all.
They go wide receiver here?
They've been saying it for weeks.
Wide receiver here?
Brian Thomas.
They've
been saying it for weeks.
You got to give.
Yeah.
You got to
give. That's a bust. That's a bust immediately.
You got to give the bum that was promised weapons, right? You got to give the bum that was promised weapons. So,
The amount of good cornerbacks still in this draft is blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking me.
31.
Listen, it's kind of shocking me because Kansas City obviously needs a replacement at cornerback, right? They might end up getting like a top 3 cornerback at 32, which is wild. Yeah. That's crazy.
Typically at the back of this, there's always one pick, and you're like, why did y'all make that one? And so I'm curious to see which team is.
Dallas is working a trade, Brian. Did you get that?
No.
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
sure they're going to get some magic beans, though.
Honestly, this Jacksonville pick for me will be that
magic
pick.
Beans.
Wait, what did you say, Alex?
He said there's always that one pick towards the back of the draft that you scratch your head like, why'd you make that pick? This pick right here by the Jags is a head scratcher to me because there's too much defensive talent available and upgrades for what they need to just go get another wide receiver.
They needed offensive line help, especially on the right side.
Yes.
Secondary help, definitely. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Every one of their needs, there's like a top 3 guy available right now, and they went wide receiver, like the 5th best wide receiver in the draft.
When Christian Kirk got hurt, that offense plummeted. Like no wonder, and Calvin Ridley obviously wasn't the answer. Yeah. But I mean, even with Kirk on there, dude, the degrees, I think it was like a stat I read where like the degrees of separation with him wasn't that great. So I mean, like, I understand the Brian Thomas pick, but it's like, I don't know, dude.
I thought they were better receivers than Brian Thomas.
You going tackle here, Bri? Where you going here?
Alex, who's my favorite? Who's my favorite football team?
Center.
Dallas Cowboys.
Who do I hate the most in the NFL?
Dallas Cowboys.
Correct.
They've got to go center.
Are you going Spencer Rattler here? Spencer Rattler? Listen, hey, Brian is hate quitting. If they go Spencer Rattler, he's not finishing the podcast. Guaranteed.
Believe it or not, I'd be fine with that.
No, you would not.
I need a light at the end of the tunnel.
And Spencer Rattler would be the light at the end of the
light at the end of the tunnel.
Dak Prescott.
Fogg, what are you doing in September? You want to play quarterback for the Cowboys?
Okay, I'm down. Listen, I think you killed Dak too much. Look, I don't think Dak is the elite quarterback.
See
his numbers produce.
Right here. This is the pom-pom waving nonsense that drives me up a fucking wall. Oh, because you don't like your quarterback, you must not be a fan of the team. Okay, cool. I think the quarterback stinks. Sorry.
He does.
No, this guy. The comment.
Hey, Brian, let me ask you a question. Did you like Tony Romo?
I thought Tony Romo was extremely overrated.
Okay. So
wow. Holy shit.
Okay.
Totally agree. I totally agree.
I agree with that.
As long as you're consistent. Because if you were going to say anything other than that, I would have called your BS.
So I'm a look, nobody. I have my own criteria, and people don't agree, and that's perfectly fine. I think if you're in a high draft pick, it's very hard to be an elite quarterback in the league. There's a reason these guys go high, and you're seeing tonight, right, in a league that loves to overdraft quarterbacks and pay so much for them. When you're a guy who doesn't even get that kind, if you can't even be a first round pick or a top end first round pick, the league does not think that much of you. That's just the way the league is, right? So for these guys, Dak's a fourth round pick. Yeah, was he a successful fourth round pick? Sure. That doesn't mean he's a guy who's going to win you anything, right? If you remember that year, the Cowboys were linked to every goddamn quarterback there was until they settled for Dak Prescott. They wanted Wentz, they wanted Goff, they wanted Paxton Lynch, they wanted Connor Cook. I mean, the list goes on. They settled for Dak.
He's better than those guys.
Dak's outperformed his draft slot tremendously. I'm not saying that he's not. Yeah. He is not an elite level guy that I can actually build a team around.
But
and he's had such great.
You need an elite level.
But you're using
I
elite.
think that you do. I think
you're using elite, but you think Trevor Lawrence is elite.
I think he's an elite talent, and that's very clear about that. I'm judging talent.
Production over
talent. Hold on. What
mean
tells you he's an elite talent in the NFL?
Do you mean that are you saying that if you took Trevor Lawrence and put him in Dallas, what would happen?
They'd be a much better team.
Wow.
Significantly.
I wholeheartedly disagree.
There's a lot of guys. I mean, I would do ungodly things to go get Justin Herbert into Dallas. Well,
that's a different story.
Yeah, but that's a different story. We're talking about a dude we're talking about a dude that was the next best thing since freaking Andrew Luck, and he's gone. And what has he done is underperformed.
Unfortunately for him, he was drafted to a team, and then Urban Meyer was the coach, and that screwed everything up for a year. So, I give him a year off.
Brian, don't try to explain context to Alex when it comes out to Trevor Lawrence.
It's 1 year. 1 year. What about the rest?
But that's a very formative year.
But it's just rookie. Brian, let it go. Urban Meyer didn't exist to Alex. He didn't exist.
Oh, Urban Meyer was very real, but you cannot blame everything. You cannot make a scapegoat on a guy because all these supposed experts were wrong about him because he never played anybody in college except for 2 games a year.
According to you, Urban Meyer's bullshit didn't matter to Trevor Lawrence.
No. It matters.
Wait, let me finish. According to you, Trevor Lawrence has been trashed since his rookie year despite Urban Meyer. We've talked about this, Alex. You don't recognize the fact that Urban Meyer screwed this guy his first year, and he came back, had a better year, and in his third year, he was really good. Last year, mulligan. It was bad. He was hurt.
Urban Meyer destroyed my whole program for college football. No, don't tell me that I don't think he had an effect on Trevor Lawrence.
You won a championship, though.
My point is this. You guys make excuses for guys you like, and then you trash guys that you don't. And there's similar statistics that back up my statements. That's what I'm talking about, right? Some guys are bums because people decide they're bums, and other guys are just have had bad breaks and bad luck. No.
Okay, but you're
wrong.
Because that's a judgment of talent.
Trevor Lawrence is not a bum. if you're going to say Trevor Lawrence is the bum, then I can't take your statement seriously. If you're going to say he hasn't lived up to the hype, sure, I can say that.
But you also can't take it seriously if you put Trevor Lawrence at Dallas, that he's going to be good.
Say again?
You can't also take the point seriously where if you pluck Trevor Lawrence from Jacksonville and take him over to Dallas, that Dallas is going to be good.
But I could say that what I always say is the organization you're drafted in matters. Right. So if Trevor Lawrence is
totally. So hold on. So totally that I agree with you.
Hold on.
Wrong one.
I'm frazzled. The Lions are moving up.
Okay, totally agree with you.
Wow, really?
In that same sentence, don't tell me that Justin Fields is trash when he went to a horrible organization that gave him no offensive line help, and he's had terrible coordinators, terrible head coaches. So the book is already written on Justin Fields by everybody in the major media and everybody else. The guy's a bum, but then Trevor Lawrence gets chance after chance after chance after chance. When he had one dude that was 1 year. No, I'm saying in general. I'm not speaking specifically to you. But I'm just saying we make excuses for guys we like, and then guys that don't fit our prototypical what we want as a franchise quarterback, we trash them, right?
Terrion Arnold.
It's got to be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for the Lions, yeah. Right, he's the best cornerback available.
They don't need an interior line, right? They don't need center, guard, none of that.
They need tackle.
Is it just me or has Fog's little brother gotten whiter since his draft started?
Did you say wider?
Wider.
Oh, wider? Like bigger? Wider.
White, you son of a bitch. Whiter.
Look, I did not have dreams of a cornerback in this draft, and now I'm clenching my cheeks for the last 5 picks, hoping cornerbacks keep falling. I got hopes now.
Hold on.
That's a great pick for the Lions. Great pick.
Cowboys have 29 and 73 in exchange for 24 and a 7th-round pick in 2025. We want to be.
That's a good trade.
That's actually really good for you guys.
That's a good trade.
You should be happy with that trade, right?
You still got a bunch of good players that you could get at Detroit's original spot.
Yeah, like Spencer Rattler at 29.
I mean, you could maybe get Spencer Rattler at 73.
Why is Spencer Rattler catching so many straight?
Brian, I hope you get. I can't wait for the day you get a different quarterback and he's going to suck way worse.
You know what, Drew? Me too.
I can't wait.
Hey, so Brian, let me ask you a question. Why not just trade Dak?
Yes,
and just see what you have.
That should have happened today.
And see what you have in Trey Lance. And see
this is my point right here. Guys like Mike are just like.
You don't know who Mike is.
Don't care. He's ignorant to what football is. Apparently, he had 3 full seasons with terrible fucking offensive line, no weapons for 2 of them, a terrible head coach, a piss poor run organization. Now all of a sudden we're drafting Caleb Williams. We're figuring it all out. We're getting offensive line help. We're getting weapons. We're getting all this shit that we could have got with Justin Fields and used that pick for something else or traded back because a lot of people would have given us the Bears a lot for that number 1 pick.
Yeah.
So guys like Mike are the guys I'm talking to that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
I agree.
Boom, baby, there it is.
Who's that?
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, we already said that. We're past that.
That's
6 years ago.
That's a great pick for Detroit Lions.
Fucking Lance and Spencer Rattler, stop. He's going in on you, Brian.
Quigley, get in here quickly and tell Brian to shut the hell up.
Let me just say this real quick, right before the Cowboys do something stupid, which is coming in 10 minutes. If nothing else, right, take everything away from it. At some point, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. The guy's been there for 8 years, right? They have not won 2 playoff games in a single season. Like at some point, it's just not going to work.
No, I don't have a problem with you saying.
Go look at those games and come back and talk to me.
Relax. Hold on.
I gave you stats, and I told you the defense always fuck up for Dallas when it comes to playoffs. You're only blaming Dak. You're not blaming your defense.
What I'm saying
I don't have a problem with you saying that Dak is not elite. What my problem with you and your take on Dak is, tell me who you could have gotten outside of drafting, knowing the future, that's better than what you have in Dak right now. not draft picks. Don't tell me we missed on Patrick Mahomes. We missed on this guy. The Browns do that every year. What I'm saying is, besides in free agency, who could you have brought in that's better than what Dak has given you right now?
I mean, most of the time, quarterbacks that are worth having don't get to free agency.
Agreed.
Right.
That's why Dak has not been a free agent. That's why you guys have re-signed him and franchise tagged him and everything else, because he's a top 15 or better quarterback.
No, I think they haven't been able to get a better option than him. If they actually like wanted to, they would have, right? Like, but they've been trying to like massage this roster. He's had a lot of great rosters around him, and there's been no results. And if it didn't happen last year, like last year was their spot to at least get to a title game, right? Last year was their spot. They didn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, is it all on Dak? No, but at some point, like he's the head of the stake. Like you can't
defense.
Listen, Mike Wienerholder is talking about a good quarterback can turn around a crappy team. Remind me if I'm wrong.
Wienerholder?
Yeah, Mike Wienerholder. Remind me about how Peyton Manning did his first couple years, and he's arguably top 5 quarterback by everybody but me. Remind me what he did his first couple years. This is one of the smartest, greatest.
Hold on. I'm blaming BZ for this right now.
Let me finish. Peyton Manning is arguably, if not the smartest quarterback in the history of the NFL. I will give him that. Right?
Wait.
It took him 3 years to turn around an organization, and the organization was all in.
Foggy left. I want to ask him a question.
So Wienerholder just is, I don't know what's wrong with him, but common sense is hard for him.
I'm done.
Alex, hold on. We have never heard Foggy, his top 5 quarterbacks of all time. I want to hear it.
I'm sure Peyton's in there. That's fine. I don't have a problem.
No, quiet. Shut up. Let's hear it.
Get ready for boomer shit.
Oh yeah, no, because I purposely go generational. I don't like comparing stuff like that. So I don't have a number one. I think whoever you want is there. But I've got Otto Graham, Johnny Unitas, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady.
Okay, but you won't say not in that order. Not in that order, right? No, you're not saying in that order.
I don't have an order. I don't care. Okay. I don't compare across generations or eras. Doesn't matter.
Bro, you were in your dad's nutsack when those guys played. What do you mean? Those are your top 5. One of your 3 of your top 5. Wow.
So Drew, I got a problem with you. I got a problem with you, Drew. You don't respect where these guys came from to where they are now. You don't have enough respect for the game to look at what those guys did then.
I respect it, but you're really going to put your old school players like Jerry West for the NBA? You're going to put Jerry West above Michael Jordan?
Absolutely. Not above Michael Jordan. I'm not putting him above Michael Jordan.
How many freaking drinks have you had tonight?
Do not have the respect for those players.
Why am I going to give respect to guys who I think won't even hold Kobe's jockstrap if he played today? Jerry West would not be able to hold these guys' jockstrap. What do you mean, dude?
But Drew, what Fogg is saying relative to their era.
And plus, you're like talking time travel. Jerry West doesn't play today. You don't know what he'd have been.
I want a guy that can play in every era. If I put freaking Michael Vick back in the day, he's the greatest quarterback of all time.
And if you put Jim Brown
right now,
if you put Jim Brown in this era,
yes,
everything that we have available to us,
yes,
he would dominate. So you can't turn around and
I agree with you.
Oh, no, but you can't turn around and say, oh, I'm going to drop this player.
Running back and quarterback are two different, completely different positions.
But Drew, you're taking the.
What do you mean, no?
Drew, you're saying that if you drop Adrian Peterson in the 60s, of course he would dominate, but Adrian Peterson was born in the modern era. But if you brought someone in like Jim Brown today, who would have access to everything else, they'll be the same player.
Yeah, but those guys back in the day were never big time throwers.
Jim Brown might be better.
Changed.
You think Jim Brown will get the carries today? In today's modern NFL, you think Jim Brown is actually going to get the carries?
No, not today.
Does Derrick Henry?
That's one out of how many?
Okay, well, he's one out of that. How many? That's how special Jim Brown is.
If like
you don't think LT? You don't think LT and Barry Sanders would change the running back market today? 1,000% they would.
I don't think they get the carries.
You don't think Robert?
They will. They'll get the catches and the carries like CMC.
You don't think Roger Staubach can play in today's NFL? Given everything, all the access he's given to, they can't hit anybody anymore.
I think Roger Staubach would be better in today's game.
Yeah. I think Roger Staubach
would be better. Exactly.
I have no argument with Staubach.
Johnny Unitas, I think Johnny
I have no
Unitas
argument
would
with
be
that
better.
guy.
I think Otto Graham would be better.
Dan Marino and Troy Aikman and all these other cats in the 90s.
That's what
John Elway. Otto Graham is too old, bro.
But Otto Graham.
That's way past. That's like saying Bart Starr could go.
Otto Graham dominated the NFL.
He created the modern NFL quarterback. I'm not saying what he would do in this current NFL. What I'm saying is his place in history is one of the most important places in history of any quarterback ever. What he did, no one else has replicated. His impact. Not saying his play. I don't care. I don't compare eras. I've always been against that because they might as well be playing a different sport right now.
I agree.
Yeah. It's a completely different game, and it's not a better game. I'm telling you, in my opinion, it is not a better game.
I agree, Quig.
Yeah, Dan Marino would be dominant today. Like there are elite athletes back in the 60s.
I said guys that you could pluck and pick into any era that would dominate is how I take a top five in any position.
Okay, but if you want to go with that and you want to say Otto Graham, what is Lamar Jackson doing? He's dominating in this era. He's not winning Super Bowls. That's fine. But the guy's a two-time MVP. The guy has crazy. Otto Graham was an above-average running back at that point in time and could throw the ball.
Otto Graham was Lamar Jackson.
That's what I'm saying. If you put him in this era with this technology, with this type of
do the same
information that we have, Otto Graham would be Lamar Jackson, but probably better.
Yeah.
Guy.
By the way, he also won an NBA championship too.
In advance, in advance of the Buccaneers pick, I would like to play a video for you all. Alex knows the video. Okay.
Oh, geez. Here is this the Vita Vea video?
Mike?
Do I have it? Wait a minute. I thought I had it. It's somewhere here. It's under one of these things. There we go. Ready?
The Bucs are staying here taking a defensive back. I'm telling you, they're not moving down. I'm telling you. It's probably smart for them to move down, but I just hope they get Fitzpatrick and not Derwin James. The only thing that could happen is that they move down and think they can get Fitzpatrick. Is that they can move down and get Fitzpatrick.
The Bucs traded to the Bills.
Traded the pick. Yeah. But I want Fitzpatrick. I don't want James. I want Fitzpatrick. Jesus.
Edmonds.
Damn it!
And you have a live reaction from the Bucs fan.
Manny, one pick away. You kidding me? Damn it! How mad you were mad.
You kind of knew that was coming though.
Shit!
When they didn't get Rosen, they had to switch. They had to switch up their thing.
They're gonna get Derwin James. Damn it!
Dude, listen. There's somebody with a parrot hat on. This is your fan base. I'm just letting you know. There's somebody with a goddamn parrot hat on.
So they traded back to 12 to take a lineman.
Oh God, don't say that, please.
It might be good just for like reaction purposes. This is Derwin James. Whoa!
Look at him!
Wow!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Wait, we already broke 6 chairs, so that might be another.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Oh my God!
Yo, I'm fire! Yo, man, says fire the cannons. That's what Paul says.
Oh my God!
Fire the cannons!
Oh my God! I can't.
He's happy. At least Mike. At least he's happy. He's playing for him.
Oh my God! He's throw up.
I don't. He's kind of off camera right now.
Look,
he's really not happy. Call it what it is. He's still the best D tackle in the draft. I mean, you can say. Yep. Are you all right?
Good.
You okay? He's so mad.
Why are you mad?
They got the worst secondary in the league. They got two guys there sitting there. They weren't going to give his back. You got to get Derwin James. Yeah. I'm going to start changing.
Let's see.
I'm going to have to change allegiance soon. I can't deal with this anymore.
I love that video, dude.
It's an oldie but
didn't they win the Super Bowl that year?
They did. They did.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Vita Vea was dominant in the Super Bowl win. Mike doesn't deserve that ring. David Jones before the league. The same guy didn't want Brady. That's true. He didn't want Brady.
What I remember when they got Brady. Yeah, he was upset.
Sure
He's like,
trash. So,
yeah, he was furious.
Up. I actually know their pick. It's Graham Barton.
Oh yeah, they do need interior line help, so that's probably a good pick.
And Cooper DeJean's still falling, so
wow.
I'm hoping.
Are you so? I think I asked you a question. I don't actually have answered it. Is Brandon Ayuk going to be a Niner at the end of the night? You would think at this point, yeah, right?
Yeah, no, he's going to be a Niner at the end of the night. They're not. I don't think they're going to trade him. Quite frankly, I think they're going to ride him out this year and either trade him next offseason, which I don't know how they would pull that off. Maybe a sign and trade to a team that doesn't think they could get him in free agency. But I think they're going to. Or no, tag him and trade
Darius
him.
Robinson.
So I think that's probably how that's going to go down.
Darius Robinson.
That kind of bothers me because Robinson was one of the backups I liked as a backup pick for the Niners.
Lot of action.
McCarthy's the first quarterback in Vikings franchise history to be drafted in the top 10. I don't know what that means. If that's important. Like, really? It's just funny some of the stats that people come up with to like get clicks.
Packers fans are not happy with the selection of Jordan Morgan.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, is Arizona took Darius Robinson?
Oh.
Jesus, poor Noah, dude.
Poor kid.
Welcome to being a Browns fan. That's pretty much
it's just like
until recently, till the last 3 years, that's been my life.
So it's going to be Worthy or AD for Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean they're almost definitely going receiver. Right?
So wait, is Johnny Newton still on the board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Surprisingly.
Okay, I could live with that in San Fran too.
No, sir, he's not coming there.
So I think it's pretty obvious that the Cowboys are taking this Jackson Powers Johnson character, right? Like that's pretty much the most
JPJ.
JPJ.
Yeah, that's really good value.
Tyler Guyton's also still there.
It's great value.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas is taking Brooks tomorrow. I'd almost guarantee it. I didn't say.
That would be the best pick ever if Dallas took a running back right now.
Again, I'm fine.
Crazy.
No. I'm fine with running backs outside of the top 32. Pick 33, I'm fine with.
But no, that would be 28th pick, right? Aren't they up next? 28?
No. Brooks, tomorrow, not today.
No,
not
right
today,
now.
Alex, not
Right now,
today.
Brooks,
No,
right now.
They have Detroit's pick.
So 29?
29.
So,
Okay.
so, so Brian, if they went Brooks at 29, you'd be upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
But if they went at okay.
But if they traded back up to get pick 33 and took Brooks, you'd be okay with it.
There's no 50-year option at that point. You can walk away. I mean, again, to me, I don't want to sign a running back, right? So I'll put a day 2 pick into him, and I'll burn him into the ground for 4 years and then move on. Lather, rinse, repeat. I don't want to get stuck with a first-round pick into a guy that never works out. Well, it very, very rarely works out.
I was going to say, there's a couple guys it's worked out for, but I agree with you. For the most part, you're correct. It doesn't work out.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so
and I don't think you have one of those talents in this draft either that it will work out for. So
I really like the kid from Michigan. What's his name?
Blake Corum.
Yeah, I like Corum. I think he's going to be impactful. I don't know that he's going to be a franchise running back, right? But I think he's going to be a very good second piece to an already established running back.
I think they're about to do that at 29. I think they're going to look at it. I think, again, Tyler Guyton's they've been linked to for a little bit. That could easily be the pick. Or they could go again, a center. They could do a lot of different things.
I don't think they thought JPJ would be available at this
Bills
point.
trade.
Trading, and we don't know to who. Could this
Bills
be
traded
the
back?
Cleveland Browns?
Oh, if this is the Browns, dude, I'll lose my shit.
If I had to guess, it's probably Houston.
Yeah, Houston was trying to get back into the first round really hard, right?
They've been trying to get back in. I don't know for who.
Laiatu Latu did not have one visit or have one conversation with the Colts.
Awesome.
So they played their hand perfectly. They didn't expect him to be there. He was, and they were like, "Oh, this is
That's great. I love
this
that.
is BPA on our board. Let's grab him."
It was the same with the Chargers when they got Derwin James because they never thought they would have the chance of getting him that year. I just don't. I don't understand Buffalo. I like you need receivers. Like
who's Adrian? Who's his team? Who's his team?
Adrian. Who is we? And I'll let you know.
Yeah, who's his team?
He's got a Texas Rangers hat on, so maybe it's the Cowboys. In which case, nobody yet.
Traded back. Yep, Cowboys. Yeah,
they traded back. You're pick 29 now.
Cowboys are on the clock after this next pick from Buffalo, who is apparently trading it to somebody.
That's crazy.
Wait, I thought they were 29. They're 28.
Pittsburgh? Bills are 28.
Bills are 28, right? So they're 29.
That's going to get traded.
Yeah.
Just for argument's sake, because I do it for everybody. I'll play the video even.
Come on, Browns. Come on, Browns. Give me something here.
Well, trade's not done yet. They're having issues, they said.
See, but like this is okay. So again, this is just my view on the game, right? If I have Josh Allen, I do not need what would be considered an elite wide receiver. He'll make them better. If I have Patrick Mahomes, same difference.
Disagree.
If I have an elite quarterback, I don't need an elite expensive guy to throw the ball to because my quarterback will make them better.
What's Josh Allen shown you? Because he's had Stephon Diggs since he's been considered MVP caliber. What has he shown you that tells you what it is they're going to focus on the run game is why they don't need an elite wide receiver anymore.
I hate that he runs.
You do know that he made the playoffs before Stephon Diggs got there.
Cool.
I'm just throwing it out there, dude.
That's great.
Like,
Look at the numbers.
He was still winning. He was still winning.
Totally agree with you, but look at the numbers from when he got Stephon Diggs to prior.
That's with any quarterback. Stephon Diggs can do that in his prime with anybody.
Okay, I think they've. Go ahead.
Quote from Cousins agent. Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation.
Okay, now I'll make my point.
Oh, it's the Chiefs.
Now I'll make my point.
Kansas City moved up?
Yeah. I think they've proven that it doesn't matter with the elite wide receiver talent there. They need to win in a different way, which means they need to run the ball more, control the clock. Don't let Josh Allen make those big mistakes late in games. Their whole offensive scheme is changing now.
Hold on. But who have the Bills lost to in the playoffs?
Oh, good teams. I'm not arguing about who he's lost to.
So they've lost to Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and whoever was the quarterback for the Texans in 2019. I guess is that Deshaun Watson? I don't know. But the last 4 years where they've won the East, it's Mahomes, Burrow, Mahomes. I mean, like, again, like, I'm not trying to say losing's okay because I don't believe that it is, but at the end of the day, those are the two best quarterbacks in the league, in my opinion. So, like, you're not better than them, and they beat you. Like, at some point, okay, there's no shame in losing to those guys.
Why?
That's just my take on it.
Chiefs just get richer and richer, bro. It's just so annoying, bro.
But
who are they trying to jump? They're trying to jump the Cowboys?
Did the Chiefs move up to get Newton here? Like, who is available that's really like besides Newton, who's a really hard faller here that they thought was worth giving up capital later on to get this pick? Maybe a corner?
Why are the Bills helping the Chiefs?
Cooper DeJean.
Oh, could be Cooper. Yeah, that actually makes sense because he filled safety or cornerback need.
Nope, Xavier Worthy.
Which
makes sense.
I think the Chiefs have realized that defense is going to win them more championships than just Mahomes.
Well,
so they're going to build that. They're going to build
yeah,
that
because it makes it easier for him to just
Xavier Worthy, dude.
That's actually you know what? This makes a lot of sense. I had him picking him at 32, but they must have some inside track that somebody was going to take him before them.
Yeah,
maybe the Cowboys.
They have a lot of options.
I still say the Cowboys were definitely in the receiver market because that's what Jerry Jones does.
They're overspending on this guy. I don't trust his hands at all.
Kevin, we're on the same page. I don't like any of the Texas receivers.
Okay.
Any of them. I'm not a big fan of any of the Texas receivers. And this is clearly showing that Rasheed Rice is going to be gone for a little bit.
That's probably the trade.
I think Rasheed Rice is going to jail.
Kansas City gets 28, 133, and 248. Buffalo gets 32, 95, and 221.
That's a pretty good deal for Buffalo.
Yeah, I was going to say Buffalo. That's a good deal for Buffalo.
They're probably still going to draft the same player they would have drafted anyway, and plus they got a pick in the 90s.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, probably what? Were we thinking of Donnie Mitchell? 6'2" receiver? My only issue is I'm afraid Baltimore might get him, but I don't think Baltimore will.
I mean, if I quite frankly, I like Keon Coleman. He's the guy
I like Keon Coleman right too.
Now.
Coleman's honestly the wide receiver I thought Kansas City would have taken to move up for. I think Xavier would be available at 32.
But they need. I understand Brian don't like him, but they need a guy like Xavier Worthy because what's his name didn't pan out to be that dude, Sky Moore. So I mean,
that's a good point.
He fits the slot because Rasheed Rice is a 6'2", 6'3" guy.
I think Rasheed Rice is not going to play this year.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like you might be moving on from Rasheed Rice.
2025.
But you're trying to go for a three-peat right now. That's never been done, right? Like,
bro, who's going to compete with them in the AFC West? Nobody. They're still a class above everybody.
In the West, sure, but they got to get the number one seed. Well, I mean, they proved this year they don't have to, but it's easier for them if they have the number one.
To worry about is the North. That's it. I ain't scared of anybody from the East. If I'm them, Miami doesn't impress me.
If
Buffalo's still the cream of the crop in the East, and that's not anything scary.
I disagree, but okay. I think
for who?
I think the Jets are better than Buffalo at this point in time.
Yeah,
if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, that defense is very, very stout. With a competent quarterback, which they did not have all last year, they're going to be a much improved team.
Last year was a mulligan year for the Jets entirely.
Aaron Rodgers is 41 years old.
He's going to die on the field.
I'm not
I think a guy, Michael Thomas Brady, won a Super Bowl at 41 years old with a surging defense in the playoffs, right?
That's perfectly fine, and I didn't put my hat on Tom Brady either. I'm going to stick with that because I'm going to stick with odds. Mm-hmm. Okay, Tom Brady did it.
And here's the thing I'd say about Aaron Rodgers. I like quarterbacks with a sack of nuts between their legs, and I think Aaron Rodgers plays way too conservatively. He doesn't take enough risk.
Guys,
Aaron Rodgers that won a Super Bowl has not played like that for 10 years.
Football's not playing on paper. You can have Aaron Rodgers if you want. I got to see it. I can't.
It's actually, you know what? Hey, I never really thought that's not a bad take, actually.
No, Aaron Rodgers got soft after he won that Super Bowl. He got very concerned about his stats.
Look at the numbers. Aaron Rodgers, he's got the best touchdown.
2 interceptions.
You guys agree on everything.
The only thing about
he
that
makes sure he doesn't fuck up. Aaron Rodgers.
I also think he had to make up for a lot of incompetence with his head coach.
Yeah,
Mike McCarthy.
But here's the thing: two interception and 4 interception quarterbacks in the Super Bowl
right now. Fucking incompetent.
It's hard to say that when if Aaron Rodgers was throwing like if he was averaging like 22 touchdowns and 2 picks or 23 and 2 picks, I'd agree with you. He had like 41 and 8. He was throwing that ball all over the lot.
He was.
I mean, like he had 45 and 4 or something like that. Like,
listen, I'm not a huge Aaron Rodgers fan. I disagree with the take. I don't think he's that conservative.
He also leads the league in throwaways, so
yes. But then, okay, you want him to throw the ball in triple coverage? Like, what do we want? What do we want quarterbacks to do?
What do you want?
Damn.
Do you want Brett Favre? Do you want Brett Favre, or do you want a guy like Patrick Mahomes? Let's be realistic.
And Mahomes does not throw the ball away like Aaron Rodgers.
But he does. Not as much as Aaron Rodgers, but I will say that Mahomes still makes the smart quarterback play. But
here's the thing.
Go ahead, Paul.
Tyler Guyton for the Cowboys.
Alex, you shot that shit. Do you want Brett Favre or you want Patrick Mahomes? The reason Andy Reid wanted Patrick Mahomes
you hate that they've been linked to him forever.
He wanted his Brett Favre.
Sure, but since he's been in the league, he's not Brett Favre. In college, he was Brett Favre. He took a lot more risks and but since he's evolved into this offense, he's way more efficient than he's way more Dan Marino, Peyton Manning, and less Brett Favre.
Who are you talking about?
Patrick Mahomes. No. More conservative as he's evolved in this offense. First 2 years, I'll give you gunslinger, making crazy throws, sidearm stuff, all that stuff, throwing in triple. But he doesn't do that anymore. He makes the right play.
Because he doesn't have the players to be able to do that anymore.
No, because he doesn't have to. He understands now. He's evolved mentally from the tutelage of Andy Reid to know that I don't have to throw into triple coverage when I can get 7 yards and I know our defense is as good as it is this year.
They have a receiver that can catch. That's why.
Oh, Travis Kelce.
What are you talking about? Travis Kelce and no one else. If he had Tyreek Hill, he'd still be throwing 60-yard triple coverage bombs. Shut your mouth. Come on, Drew. What are you talking about?
Dude, you're really showing your IQ level here. Please.
You're really showing me how much believement you have. Like, dude, calm down.
I agree with David on one thing. I will say that I think it's pretty simple. Aaron Rodgers it's like nobody wants to say it, but he's a choke artist. Just like almost as bad as Dak Prescott in the playoffs. He's not that good in the playoffs. That's just what Aaron Rodgers is.
Which was my point I was going to bring it to, because I agree with Little Fog that he basically what he said was true. Yeah. He doesn't have nuts when he comes to playoffs. That Seahawks game was one of the most horrendous games I have ever seen. He should have blown that team by 30.
Yeah,
but because of his incompetence and not wanting to play aggressive ball, he played game managing type of ball, and they lost the game.
Even the game with the Niners in the I don't know if I'll tell me, David, was it in 2022 or 2023 where the Packers lost that home to your team?
Oh, 2022.
Yeah, he was awful in that game.
Yeah, I would say he was kind of Peyton Manning-esque in the playoffs. He was Peyton Manning-esque, in the playoffs.
I heard what you said, Alex. I have a response or a modification to what I'm saying. It isn't just that he plays conservatively. And Patrick Mahomes, yes, plays a little conservatively, but he gives his wide receivers chance to win the ball. When is the last time Aaron Rodgers threw in a way where he gave his wide receivers a chance to win? Either he had the perfect pass set or he didn't throw it.
That's a good modification.
That's the big change.
That's a good modification. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that wholeheartedly. I don't think that the way you made it seem is like he's always worried about his completion percentage. I don't think that's true. I think maybe he's lost faith in that. You know what I mean? Last second, late game, throw into double, triple coverage. He doesn't think it's going to work.
Well, yeah, I get intense about that thing because I'll argue with people on interceptions all the time. Interceptions do not matter to me. Matt Stafford won the Super Bowl with 17 picks. Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl throwing 12 picks. Tom Brady won the Super Bowl throwing 11 picks. That's just the last 3 or 4 Super Bowls, and all 3 of them were in the top 2 in picks. If you got to give your wide receivers chances to win the ball, and Aaron Rodgers does not. I don't believe in him on that point, and I just.
So let me ask you a question.
I can agree with you there.
Being a smartass, that means Jameis Winston's a good quarterback.
I think he's got the right mindset.
40 and 40 is a little bit different. 40 and 40 is a little bit
good in
different.
Indy.
But here's the thing. That when you talk about interceptions, does the taking picks naturally mean that you're gonna give it more? I mean, not taking picks. Does taking chances mean you're gonna get naturally more interceptions? Because it just seems like you're not gonna give a guy. You're not gonna say he's taking chances if he's not throwing interceptions. I feel like Patrick Mahomes takes plenty of chances. He's just not getting punished for them like he used to.
Well, and he plays in a slightly more conservative offense. So if Patrick Mahomes threw 20 picks, I'd have a big concern with that since that's not a deep throwing offense.
Yes.
Right.
But Mahomes throwing 11
risk.
picks is a ton.
Yeah, listen, he still takes risks. They're just more calculated and less often. He still takes risks. I'm talking about Patrick Mahomes here, right? Mm-hmm. But they're less and less. That's what I mean. Like he only goes off script 2 or 3 times a game now. Whereas early on, it was probably half of the plays they were unscripted, right? Like that's what I mean.
Well, I also think the difference is by what Mahomes said. It was like halfway through the second Super Bowl run. He said he just learned how to read a defense. So he matured into the player he is now. But I don't necessarily think that Rodgers is that conservative because he's still making throws that are good for him that a lot of other quarterbacks, you would yell at them if they make that throw.
Yeah.
So I just think that like they're making too much about the numbers. I think in this offense, the receivers he has, I think he's going to let the ball go.
JPJ here, or do they stay with their trend and go defensive player like they have in like last?
I really hate the Dallas Cowboys pick. I hate it.
I think Guyton is a project. He was a second-round pick to me. I like him, but he's a second-round pick.
Do not like it at all one bit.
Yeah, I think Guyton's got a huge upside, right? But does he realize that upside?
True.
Oh yeah, no, you're totally right, Tony. There were 3 or 4.
I will say that
the interceptions were off the wide receiver's hands.
If we're going to start qualifying stuff, let's not forget that Mahomes leads like the next 7 quarterbacks combined in interceptions that were called back for penalties. So in the last 3 years, there's been like 26 of them. Number 2 is Josh Allen with 6. So
I will say that.
I mean, it's good to be the king, right? It's good to be the king.
The refs know who butter their bread.
Good to be the king, right? I mean, we don't want to get into this debate, man. Like we really do, because I'll hurt people's feelings about historical great players that we call goats and shit like that, and snake bite and all kinds of dirty shit that they all do.
There's only one goat.
Drew, Nate Wiggins.
I do not love this pick.
No,
I don't like this pick.
I think offensive line is a bigger need for them.
I don't like this, but obviously Chop Robinson and Darius Robinson are both gone. So,
Drew,
I don't know.
Drew,
you got to draft offense. Guy, right? You got to draft offense eventually. Offensive line.
Drew, you're a movie guy, right?
Yep.
Do you remember the movie Batman Forever?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I do.
You remember the scene where Batman had, where I think it was the Riddler had those, they had the female doctor and Robin in those 2 tubes, and they were going to fall to their death, and he had to pick one. If that was me,
and Mike McCarthy was in Tube 1 and Dak Prescott was in Tube 2, I'd be pissed.
You let them both drop?
I'd go take a piss, and I'd take my time. When I was doing it. I'd take it a little extra. Make sure I was done.
No.
All right, so we're at San Fran now. Who do you like there, Baby Fog?
I am so confused here because I like Cooper DeJean. They could always use they need a cornerback, and they don't have depth at safety. They have great safeties, but they don't have depth.
Yeah, old boy's coming back this year, right?
Is Hufanga?
Yeah, Hufunga's coming back.
Yeah.
What a miss he was. You guys could have used him in the Super Bowl.
I think they would have won if they had him. I like Newton here a lot too. I was on offensive line. Now I would say wait on offensive line. You could come back in the second round and grab someone.
Yes,
I say
absolutely.
either get Newton or DeJean.
Hey, what about what? Just for shits and giggles, I'm pretty sure I would agree with you on this. Receiver, just because of all the distractions you're dealing with Brandon, would you go Keon Coleman? Would you be okay with that?
Ooh, I'm torn on that because I was against receiver mostly because of the depth issues they have at other positions.
Right.
But Keon Coleman is
the dog, man.
I mean,
the dog.
That's an immediate replacement if you want to say Brandon.
I'm surprised the Ravens didn't get Keon Coleman.
I mean,
I'm surprised too.
That's what I wanted for Baltimore.
Yeah.
So here's where I like the idea with
Coleman.
If the Niners draft Coleman and immediately trade Brandon Ayuk, I'm in on that. Let's do that.
Try to get in. Try to flip to Carolina and get a second.
Yeah.
No. You know where? No. They need to go send Ayuk to New England for their top second round pick.
I'm okay with
Carolina picks earlier, guy.
Yeah, but they're not doing that.
Why not? I would. If I was Carolina.
Well,
we need a number one receiver to pay. There you go.
I actually
don't think he's a number one.
If San Fran doesn't go Keenan Coleman here, though, Buffalo made a great trade. They could pick up Coleman right there, replace Diggs, and they picked up draft capital along the way. Like that might be a really sneaky good pick for Buffalo if you guys don't go wide receiver.
But Alex, it's a win for both.
Baltimore picked
It's a win for both teams because Xavier Worthy was a need for Kansas City.
If the 49ers don't go Coleman, Rafe Straw is the guy.
I agree with Brian.
Wait, what do you say?
If the 49ers don't go Coleman, Rafe Straw is going to be the guy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And it's Rafe Straw Jr. out of Missouri.
I better not see a linebacker. Ain't no linebacker worthy of a round.
I love what Brian said. If I'm the Niners, if I draft any receiver and I'm the Niners, I'm dangling Brandon Ayuk right in front of the Patriots.
I'm trading Ayuk immediately. I'm trading Ayuk immediately because I want a top second round pick for him, which you'll easily get, right?
He's not worth the money, dude. This
Oh,
guy's
Ayuk?
the number one money. You guys see what these receivers are signing for? That's what he thinks he deserves.
Yeah, $30 million a year.
Get the F out of here.
$30 million a year for a wide receiver. now.
That's why I love the KC method. You want to get paid? Buy. Go win nothing in Miami.
Dude, why isn't he worth the money?
Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah.
No.
You can't. The reason I would say he's not worth the money is you can't pay everybody top dollar.
Because
San Francisco has too many players to pay everybody top dollar.
That can be game changers in every part of any system of where I can place them anywhere I want. That's Justin Jefferson. That's T.Y. Hill. That's a St. Brown. Brandon Ayuk ain't that, bro. There's too many distractions around him that makes him good. That's why I don't want him. I don't want no part of him. The Chargers were being linked to them. No, thank you. See, I feel the same about T. Higgins. I'm not crazy about T. Higgins either. They ain't worth that money, bro.
I think some
Jamar Chase is worth that money. Not T. Higgins.
I think some of T. Higgins' shine is taken away because of him playing with Jamar Chase.
Bro. I don't even want that either. He's always hurt. It's either a hamstring or a shoulder.
There's maybe 5 wide receivers worth $25 million or more a year, and that's it.
But this is the thing, though, right? Again, if you have an elite quarterback, I don't think it matters who you're throwing the ball to. You just need an average guy because he'll make them good.
Unless you're Patrick Mahomes, I disagree with you.
I'll tell you what. Name me a receiver outside of Devontae Adams that Aaron Rodgers ever played with that went anywhere else and was relevant.
I don't think Devontae Adams is relevant in the Raiders.
That's fair. I think
quarterbacks. Right. I think Devontae Adams has more to do with organization and quarterback than not being with Aaron Rodgers anymore because he's still putting up crazy numbers. You just don't see it.
The only receiver that I could think of in my mind that doesn't need a legit quarterback that we've seen in our lives is DeAndre Hopkins. He's done it with the less and less. Go look who he's had.
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean. There you go. That makes a lot of sense.
I disagree with that because Mike Williams
that's such huge value, bro.
Everybody.
That's such huge value.
That makes a lot of sense. He's a starting cornerback for you right away. You have any issues at safety, he can slide right in if there's any kind of depth issues.
Well, considering the way the Niners play, I think they might slide him in at nickel.
Hold on,
that's actually really good.
What do you think about?
Because you guys got two safeties that are freaking legit, dude.
Two good safeties, and then Charvarius Ward and I forget the other guy's name.
Drew, let me ask you a question. Is Mike Evans worth that much money?
Not now.
What?
He was back then. Not now. He's too old.
Yeah,
he's too old. He's 32, 33.
You don't.
You're not gonna give someone that much money like Steve Brown. Stop, Brian.
What?
Brian, you're gonna give a 32-year-old that much money?
Time out.
You're gonna give a 32-year-old that much money?
Let me finish. You just
not John. Hold on, it's not.
That
DeAndre
Hopkins.
I don't know what that was.
DeAndre Hopkins is the guy that can play with anybody, right?
I don't have a video for this guy.
I said you just said that DeAndre Hopkins is the guy that can play with anybody, any quarterback.
Right? Hold on. I'm getting conflicting information here on this pick.
Oh, go ahead. I'm Paul.
It's Parcell. It's Parcell. Mike Parcell from Michigan.
Then where the hell did I get Cooper? Who the hell said Cooper DeJean?
I don't know.
Somebody said Cooper DeJean.
It's Parcell, not DeJean.
I feel bad for David now.
That sucks.
He just went from super happy to broken hearted.
He's still a good corner, bro.
Wait, who's the pick for Michigan? Oh, the Michigan corner?
Mike Parcell. I can't say his name.
Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, from Florida. No, from Florida.
That's a wide receiver from Florida. Yeah.
Oh, it's Ricky Parcell.
You guys went wide receiver.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk is gone. And
Brandon Ayuk is getting traded.
I like Ricky Purcell.
He skipped over Keon Coleman?
I like Ricky Purcell, but I had him in
Oh, the Bill. Oh, go hit it, Brian.
What?
Bill's traded again.
Too much.
Trade for Ayuk, and are the Niners picking again? Please. Can I get some Cooper DeJean?
No,
that actually wouldn't be.
Really?
That'd be a sneaky good trade right there. Ship Ayuk to Buffalo, get rid of that headache, and then you can get your corner / safety right here.
Ricky Purcell, a solid playmaker. You know, he's a possession receiver. He's pretty much gonna replace Brandon Ayuk.
Look, I like Purcell, but this is a bad value pick when you've got DeJean and freaking Newton too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
I did not have him.
I do not like this front.
Oh, Carolina.
Back in the first round?
Carolina back in the first round, 32.
Is this Newton?
No, they gotta get Bryce Young.
Why would they go up one pick? I don't get it.
They gotta go Bryce Young, get him something. They gotta go Keon Coleman or something.
I don't get that. Why would they go up one?
Because they want to get it done right now.
They want somebody they want that 50-year option on.
They gotta get Coleman.
I better wake up in the morning to find out the Niners are drafting in the first 5 picks of the second round because Brandon Ayuk is gone. Because I'm going to be so goddamn mad about this all day tomorrow.
They got to go. It's got to be Coleman.
Yeah,
it's got to be wide receiver. Yeah,
it's got to be Coleman.
Newton would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah, right Quiggs. I agree with you. It would have been Cooper DeJean or Newton for me in that spot.
Dude, Cooper got out of the first round. That's crazy.
Yeah, medical things.
Yeah, but that dude's a freaking.
No, he's a beast. He's gonna be a value pick in the second round. Man, Ricky Purcell.
Dave, I'm sorry.
Man, I like him.
Listen,
I like
you
him, bro.
gotta trust. You gotta trust your coach and your GM. At
No,
this
I don't, because
point.
they fuck up the
Yes, you
first
do.
round every year. Every single year, the best
Stop.
49ers draft pick is third or fourth round pick.
So the Bills, they trade 200 and get back 141 for swapping this pick.
Yeah.
Wait, say again?
What the hell is that?
Oh, so they went to the first pick of the second round,
They
and
move
they
back
get
one spot,
140.
and they move up 60 later.
Jeez, that's a really
That's a
good pick.
great
That's a
move,
really
yeah.
good trade.
And listen, don't forget, right?
San
Pick
Francisco's
33 is
looking
a
to trade Brandon Ayuk or Debo. They're still both on the table as we speak right now.
Yeah, but listen, pick 33 is super valuable, right? Because what happens
Pierce-Paul
is
might
other
be a
teams
better
are like, I want
replacement.
that guy.
Oh, sorry.
The first pick of the day always has more value because
Yeah.
teams want to go up and get their
So
guy.
I agree with you. They're probably they might trade back again.
It's gonna be Keon.
Correct.
It's gonna be the Keon or Adonai. Is Adonai Mitchell on the board?
Yep.
Who?
Yeah.
That would be such a Carolina move to take
It would.
Mitchell. That would be such a Carolina
Xavier
move.
Legette.
Which is also a
What?
Carolina move.
This is also a Carolina move.
That's a bad pick, boys.
Are you serious?
I feel less bad already.
Hey man,
They
look,
just
Bryce.
picked up.
Hey, I'm gonna say it now. Bryce Young got fucked. He's getting fucked over. I don't
Oh
care what
yeah,
anybody-
he went to the exact worst place. That's why I was not upset when CJ
Oh.
Stroud went to Houston instead of Carolina.
Yeah, but I do like Carolina's new head coach.
You can like his head coach, but he's still got the same brain trust in charge of the rest of the picks. Clearly, by this
the owner,
pick,
you mean the owner that throws drinks?
yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, I don't understand half. these
So
picks,
pick is
man.
in for sure.
This is one of
I'm
those
going on
picks.
what Drew
that-
said.
It's one
I
of
haven't
those
seen
picks
it,
where
but-
they just knew Xavier Leggett really well because they're in the area.
You know what's funny?
They're
I had him going in the first round, just not to Carolina.
I had him in the second round. Man, there's some really, really good. The second round's gonna be crazy tomorrow.
The second round's gonna be insane tomorrow.
Man,
So many good players.
so many good players.
I actually feel really good as a Charger fan because I thought half of these receivers were going to be gone. You still got Coleman and Adonai Mitchell. That's huge for us going with Joel Holt. And corners.
This was an interesting first round.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say this before.
Shit.
I think the Niners might end up trading Debo instead of Ayuk because I think
think so?
Pearsall's a better replacement for Debo than he is for Ayuk.
Well, also
Yeah.
too,
No
Ayuk
lies.
is a prototypical wide receiver. Debo's more a gimmick
running
guy.
back.
You know what I mean? Like
a
he's
running
more,
back.
he's more of a gimmick guy. He's more of a
running-
Cordell Patterson type player.
Isn't that not? But didn't you guys just sign Debo?
They give him money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I don't know, but I
The
think
dead
Pearsall's
cap's gotta be-
he's a better replacement for Debo than he is for Ayuk. And if you're making a trade, I would expect the trade would require the other team to, eat that whole contract.
So, Drew,
Facts.
what the fuck's wrong with the Lakers, man? They let another double-digit lead go now.
We didn't sweat.
LeBron. It's LeBron.
All right.
You're such
No,
an
I'm
idiot,
just kidding.
dude.
First round's done. Favorite pick, least favorite pick, general thoughts around the horn.
Marvin Harrison to Arizona, just because I think he's the most surefire hit in this draft.
Really?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. He's bust proof to me. He's gonna be good.
Absolutely. I mean, he had damn McCord throwing him the ball, who is playing in Illinois now. He's playing in Illinois. Let's just go from he went from Ohio State starting quarterback to I can't handle the pressure. I'm gonna go be the starting quarterback of Illinois because nobody's gonna look at me. So yeah, that kind of bum is your quarterback, and you put up the numbers he put up every year. I think he's surefire, can't miss, and I think Kyler Murray's above average quarterback, so they're gonna fit great together.
I really like the I just like the Bears whole draft, honestly. Like I like what they're doing. That Roma Dunze pick at 9, this really reminds me of what the Texans did with CJ Stroud, just pairing up with him. But actually, it reminds me of what the Bengals did with Joe Burrow as well.
Jamar Chase,
Chase, like that's
when everybody thought for sure it was Sewell, and they went Jamar Chase, and but it proved that it was the right pick for them, right? Might not have been the right pick for somebody else, but it worked for them.
For me, I'll go. I could go be easy and then just say Roma Dunze. That's a crazy pick there. I'll be different. I love what Minnesota did, Brian. I love what Minnesota did. I love the fact that they got JJ. They stayed put, got the quarterback that they wanted on what we talk about all the time, Atard, with the rookie deal. And they traded up, put up the big boy pants, and got arguably the best defender in the top 10 in most people's mocks, and then got him at 17. So in Dallas Turner, I like what Minnesota did tonight. What I don't like was what the Atlanta Falcons did and what the Packers and Cowboys did. I thought those were 2 terrible picks for offensive linemen.
I could go next. Pick of the night was the.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say my favorite pick is Seattle going Byron Murphy. I think that is the biggest game one impact on a team that actually competes. And my least favorite is the 1-2 punch of Bo Nix and Michael Penix. Just the way that fucking threw everything off. Those 2 teams taking quarterbacks. I cannot believe that shit.
Oh, you agree with me on Bo Nix? Oh, weird.
Jesus.
I agree that neither of those teams had any business drafting quarterbacks, considering their needs.
You want to come on Game Winning Drive?
Yeah. Why do we get the damn Payless version of the freaking of the Fogs, man? How do we get the Payless version, bro?
We could get both.
Let's upgrade to the Nike Outlet version at least. Jeez. I love you, Fog. I'm just playing, buddy.
Here's the fucked up part is I agree with my brother wholeheartedly. I agree with him 100%.
Nobody.
My biggest issue is Brock Bowers.
49ers more likely to trade Debo over Brandon Ayuk. Sorry, go ahead.
Fucking called it. Told you.
Sorry,
Who traded Brock? What was the trade? I'm sorry.
Niners more likely to trade Debo over Ayuk, says Mike Silver.
Oh yeah.
Wow, good call, brother.
I think that hurts them more in the long run.
I agree.
Debo's more important to the offense than just about anybody else.
That may hurt Purdy a little bit. I wonder how that's gonna handle. I don't wonder how Purdy's gonna handle all this. Because
but
correct me if I'm wrong. CMC's still there, right? He's still in the building.
Yeah, he's still there.
That's all that matters to that offense.
He's not allowed to leave the building. I'll keep him there.
Let's not think anything else. CMC is what makes that offense.
We all know that. We all know that running backs are year to year. Like so, CMC's not gonna have the same year he had last year.
But I also believe that moving Debo around throws off the defense. Like the way they use Debo, it aligns everything that they do, and without him, they're a lot easier to defend.
I agree.
Well, I think that's what this pick is for. That guy is a Swiss Army knife. That's why I didn't have him as a first-round talent.
That's true too.
There you go, 1-for-1 replacement.
Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin,
who's your best pick? Nate Wiggins.
Agreed. I hate it a lot, but it's great for me.
Because of I just felt like for the way Baltimore's going, especially when you take Lamar's talents and whatnot, he needs guys with a lot of range. And forget the 40 time, forget all the nonsense. If you give him Keon Coleman, that opens up the offense of Baltimore like so much.
Big target.
Not just that, but you brought Derrick Henry in. Why are you not drafting offensive line? Like, is Derrick Henry not going to protect Lamar by running the ball more, having a stable, non-injury prone running back? Like, what is Baltimore's biggest bugaboo, right? They can't keep a running back on the field, right? Like 1 year was Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. The next year was J.K. Dobbins, right? Now they got Derrick Henry, who's Mr. Iron Man as far as running backs go. One major injury in his whole career, the way he runs the ball, and you don't shore up your offensive line to help him do what he's done his entire career is confusing to me, right?
I wish they kept Gus Edwards because I thought they were just going to be beating people up all year with Gus and Henry.
But we're happy to have him.
Of course, you're happy to have him.
The Ravens had a top 5 O-line. How do you dispute that?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm like, the Ravens
totally agree with you, but they just lost 2 guys in the offseason. What do you? I mean, that's what I'm
starters.
Well, yeah, 3.
Tackle and both guards.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't lose those guys when you have a top 5 offensive line and not replace them, or at least attempt to replace them in day one. But they did what they always do. They always go defense in the first round. How can I argue? They have a pretty good track record, right? So they figure it out. They win.
Which means they have guys coming up behind the next man up.
They were pretty deep offensive line. I think the Ravens needed. I don't know why. I don't know. The Ravens needed a big target for Lamar. All these little small scat back wide receivers like what's his name? Flowers. Bateman, all these little dudes, bro. Like Lamar is not, he's accurate, but he's not the most accurate quarterback. He needs a 50-50 guy in the red zone. He's never had that. Ever.
They got Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, though. Isaiah Likely is a lot like when you talk about Bowers, right? He's really he's really a wide receiver that plays tight end. He is not a traditional tight end. Have you not watched the film? Have you not watched the guy?
I watched plenty of Baltimore Ravens games. We're just gonna agree to disagree on that one.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's
hell
no.
That's fine.
Another thing you're wrong about. It's no big deal. It's fine.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Well, speaking of wide receivers, we think Malik Neighbors are going to make Daniel Jones a $40 million quarterback?
No, hell no. Honestly, that's probably a really bad pick too. That's honestly probably a really bad pick from that standpoint too, right?
It sucks to be neighbors, pretty much.
Yeah,
it's
going to affect his career.
I didn't know it was that big. My fault, Tony.
Yeah, I was going to say Bateman is 6'1", but I figured I'd let you.
I mean, he doesn't play. He doesn't play big.
He don't play 6'1" though. I would say he don't play 6'1".
No, yeah.
I mean, look, I think the Pats got their guy of the future. I think I really like that pick for them. The Chargers just going with their offensive line is fine. They need to address other things later. And again, you can go get receivers, right? Receivers.
What do you like about Drake May that makes you think he's the guy of the future?
I think
the GM's talking for Atlanta.
What's what? Oh, wait.
Did he resign?
He's committing ritual seppuku right now.
That would have been my first question as an analyst.
Drake May could be a great passer. I think Drake May's running in college was more bad coaching than anything else.
I agree. That's what I do.
I think it's more that's what the coach want to do.
I know Carolina.
Jeez, man.
I don't know what the Raiders are doing. I don't, but you can say that every year. You know, the Raiders. I mean, that's actually an evergreen statement. I don't know what the Raiders are doing. It's something you can say at any given time.
I was getting towards that, Tony. But
no, that's not. Again,
it's a joke, Brian. Don't get upset,
I don't like
man. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I don't like Bo Nix a little bit. I like passers. If you haven't figured that out, I like passers. I don't like runners. I don't think it works.
That's fair.
I think it's gimmicky.
But what was Drake May mainly doing? I get you said
again, I don't.
But the guy's best asset was running in college.
No,
it wasn't throwing.
That was poor coaching. I look at. I don't think he's a good runner.
Here we go again.
You look at a guy from an athletic standpoint. He's not a good runner.
Here we go again with this narrative. If we like the guy, it's because of coaching.
But to be fair to Drake May, what if he comes into the league and they coach him up and he actually becomes a better quarterback? Is that possible?
Yes.
Of course, it's possible. Like there are guys coming to college. There are a lot of guys who go to college, and the coaches are just like, "Hey, man, go out there and just do your thing, right, and win in some games." That's how a lot of college games are actually played.
You're right. Michael Penix could get into camp, and they could be like, "Holy shit!" And then next year he's the starter in Atlanta, right? Any of these guys, we don't know what they're going to be in the NFL because they haven't had NFL coaching and all that, right? I get that. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, out of all the quarterbacks, I have the most questions about Drake May. Out of all of them, I have the most questions about him.
Is that because you expect Bo Nix to just be bad? You don't have any more questions?
No, I think you have 6 years of seeing what Bo Nix is. You know what he is. I don't know what Drake May is. He could have all the potential in the world. He could be great. But from what I saw on film, his best attribute was his running ability and not his passing ability. I don't care that he broke a record, Suggs, at UNC. What was the record? Like 250 yards? Let's be realistic here. He was playing at UNC. It's not like he's come from a stalwart program, right?
But you think he was big fish in a little pond? He looked more impressive because of where he was versus
right. It's a lot of like what you see with a lot of Clemson players, right? They play in a bad division of football, right? A bad conference. And so they stack up all these crazy numbers, and they come in the NFL and maybe 1 out of 5 of them hits, right? Like, and I've fallen victim to it too, because Isaiah, what was the safety that went to Arizona 2 years ago or last year?
Simmons.
Simmons. Mm-hmm. I thought the dude was going to be a freak of nature because of the way he looked in the ACC. Mm-hmm. And maybe he's not in the right program. Maybe he's not in the right, scheme. I get that, but the guy does not look like it. Right. He doesn't look like an NFL player sometimes.
He doesn't look like he knows how to tackle.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But in the ACC, man, that dude was Godzilla. He looked phenomenal, and I couldn't understand why he fell so far. But now it makes sense, right? Like, these guys understand. NFL evaluators of talent understand, right? Drake May might come out and be the best quarterback in this entire draft. I just have the most questions, me personally, about him out of all the quarterbacks.
I like what Minnesota did in that they didn't have to mortgage the future to do it. I think that's the whole point, right? Like, if you're going to get a guy who you like, not having to go up and get him, I think, is massive, right? It's not even a discussion on if McCarthy's good or not. We'll have that discussion at a later time. But they didn't go blow picks to go do it. Like, I think they would have got bent over a barrel to go get Drake May, and they just chose not to do it. Could have lost more games last year and fixed it themselves. Chose not to do that. I happen to really like the Mims pick for the Bengals because you need to protect Joe Burrow. Period.
It's a ballsy pick.
But I like it for them.
Yeah,
it's a need. Again, I'm not a. So I believe in drafting the best player available at a position you need them at, which goes back to the whole thing with Washington and the defensive lineman 4 years in a row. Like, at some point, it's just overkill. So they needed the line, they needed the help, and that's what they went and got. From a big program in Georgia, so you're not getting a small school guy. To credit to the Eagles. They got the best quarter in the draft at 22, so fuck me. I don't know what Green Bay is really doing, but that's fine. I generally don't. Worthy will do well in Kansas City. I'll see what Guyton is. I think I hear back and forth things about that.
Here's what I'll say about Worthy. I think this is an important point to make. Kansas City has blown some of these late round picks where they could have gotten better talent. If they don't do the stupid thing and draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire, we might be talking about Kansas City winning 4 Super Bowls in a row. 5 maybe. Who knows? Clyde Edwards-Helaire was such a bad pick, it cost them a Super Bowl. And I think Xavier Worthy could be along the same lines. Not that he's going to be Clyde Edwards-Helaire bad, but they could have had a better player.
Or, in my opinion, they could have stayed put and got Coleman at 32. And I understand him and Rice are 1-for-1 comparison, but you don't know if Rice is going to go to jail, number one. Number 2, what the suspension is going to be like. And number 3, we've seen guys fold after traumatic events happen in their lives, right? Like when they've done something bad. He could never be the same player that we saw signs of in his rookie year, right?
Listen, what have I said about Deshaun Watson the whole time? I said the talent's in there. If he can get out of his own head, he can be very effective. He may not ever get out of his own head again.
Yep. I totally agree with you. I feel like If I'm the brain trust in Cleveland as a Browns fan, I'm figuring out a way to find girls that are willing to give him handies to figure out if I can fix him again. Like, I need that guy I saw in Houston with the team we have right now, especially with the addition of Judy, bringing Chubb back, all the stuff we've done in the offseason. This is going to be the best team we've had on the field now.
But to your point, right? So I get flack for having Trevor as my 5th guy, right? I've said repeatedly, I think Watson could be the 6th guy, right? So again, I'm not a fan of the running quarterback. I don't think it generally works.
Oh, listen, if Deshaun is what he is in Houston, I think you have a legit argument. He's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL.
Very possibly.
But he has to be what he was in Houston, and I don't know if that's in there anymore. Mentally, I don't know if it's in there anymore. That's physically, he's still in his prime. But mentally, is he shaken from everything that's gone on?
All jokes aside, the sex thing is a legit. Tiger Woods, literally, people would say that a big part of Tiger Woods was fucking and golfing. Those were the 2 things he did, and that's how he got into his mindset.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson might be a sex addict for real and might need that to function properly the way he has and when he was at his height, right? Yeah. We don't know how do we know he wasn't doing this in Clemson? We don't have a clue.
We don't know. I mean, his rookie year, he was spending time with I think Mia Khalifa. We saw the pictures.
Yeah, the porn star, right, or whatever.
Yes.
But it goes back to Tony's point that you don't like black quarterbacks. It has nothing to do with it. I'll defend Deshaun Watson until the cows come home. It's nothing.
No. I know you like prototypical quarterbacks.
I'm a big fan of athleticism behind the line to extend plays. I think when you get again, Kyler Murray got hurt running the ball, right? That's where they generally
Lamar,
get hurt.
Same thing. When Lamar get hurt, running the ball. Jalen Hurts running the ball. I got you. I totally agree with you. That can't be their primary asset.
Yes,
I'm 100% in agreement.
You can do it. You can do it enough that the defense has to account for it, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. But when I see these quarterbacks with 800, 900-yard seasons, like I just don't think that makes any sense. Like I think that you're taking the most important player on your team and putting him in harm's way unnecessarily.
To be honest with you, every time I see those stats, it's a testament to how skilled the quarterback is, but it also says to me that they have an incomplete offense.
Agreed. Yeah,
if you could get Lamar Jackson's weapon, if you could get Lamar Jackson down to 650 yards, I think they could win a Super Bowl with that.
Yes,
but you've got to get that number down.
But that's my biggest.
They have to run. He has to run those nodes because they can't sustain it. And like even with Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts was noticeably banged up last year. It was a step down because he got beat up, and the problem was that like they couldn't sustain a proper running game in Philly.
Well, it was a hangover from the punishment from the year before too. You got to think about it, right? He was playing in the Super Bowl, so now you've extended your season. You don't have a proper off season because you're playing late into the season, right? Mm-hmm. And he's taking more hits, which is sustaining more injury. Well, which you could tell he was never, but he was never right this year. You'll never convince me anything other than he was legitimately playing injured from week 1.
But that's the thing, right? Like for him, I just don't think he's that good. I think he's a first read and run type guy. Like he doesn't go through progressions enough. Like if it's not there, his inclination is just run forward. Like I don't think that works, right? Again, if you do it enough for the defense to account for it, that's great. But you have this great offensive line. Use it. Have them protect you. Get somebody open. You got great receivers to throw the ball to, right? So I'm not constructive on him at all.
Mm-hmm. All right,
you don't need the best quarterback.
I got to take off.
Yeah, we're wrapping up.
Damn. It's about time.
What's your point?
I was going to say, you don't need the best quarterback to win it all. With Philadelphia having those receivers, that offensive line, now bringing in Saquon Barkley, you just need to manage Hurts. And I think that's the mistake a lot of teams make is we need the best quarterback. We need to pay him the best. And that's only an option if you have Mahomes, if you have a generational talent. Teams need to start learning that we could win a different way.
To your point, I think what happens is the elite guys get paid. The mid-level guys get paid because there's no other option, which then inflates the elite level guys because now if this schmuck's making this, I need to make this, which then raises the mid-level guys again. Like it's a constant inflation of the position.
No, your point on Dak Prescott. I think the Cowboys shouldn't have re-signed him. They should have traded him.
Yes.
You got the best you were going to get out of him out of that rookie contract.
Not getting better. It's not getting better. It is what it is. It's not getting better. I would love to see Trey Lance get a shot. I would.
Honestly, the last thing I got to say to you guys before I get out of here is I love Saquon, but he's been stereotyped as a bigger back than he actually is, and I don't think he's gonna bring every. He's gonna disappoint one way to whether he can't stay on the field, or whether he can't stay on the field long enough, or whether he's just not running as hard as you expect him to.
Mm-hmm.
I just think like he puts up numbers, but he puts them up in a way that's like more finesse. And I think I think in Philly, they're gonna need more power. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm just not sure how it's gonna go with him.
He's a perfect upgrade for Swift. They do need someone to pair with him,
which they might get tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, we'll see.
Listen,
anyway, see you later.
Guys, thank you for joining us. Thank everybody who laughed again. It's like 12:13 on the East Coast. So we're going to wrap up. Thanks for watching the draft show tonight. Enjoy round 2 and 3 tomorrow. We won't be on, but hopefully we got a lot of guys saying they want to come back on again. So hey, thanks for coming on. We appreciate the insight.
Thank you.
It was a lot of fun as it always is. And we'll see where next year takes us. Right. All right. Take care, guys.
Take care.